and modern technology over traditional military thinking. The rifle McNamara ordered, however, was not the rifle that had performed so well in early testing. The ammunition problem. The changes began with the ammunition. Eugene Stoner had designed the AR-15 to fire cartridges loaded with IMR 4475. Eugene Stoner had designed the AR-15 to fire cartridges loaded with IMR 4475 and a cyclic rate of fire around designed the AR-15 to fire cartridges had been carefully engineered to work with the rifle's direct gas impingement system, where propellant gases were channeled directly back into the bolt carrier to cycle the action. In March 1964, DuPont informed the Army that it could not mass-produce IMR 4475 to meet the demanded specifications and timeline. The powder worked perfectly in small controlled batches, producing consistent velocities and pressures, but scaling up to produce millions of rounds while maintaining lot-to-lot consistency proved impossible. The extruded stick powder required precise control of temperature, humidity, and cutting processes. Even minor variations between batches could affect chamber pressures and velocities. The Army needed millions of rounds immediately for Vietnam deployment. DuPont could not deliver. The Army needed an alternative immediately. Olin Matheson Company stepped forward with WC-846, a ball propellant already in use for 7.62 mm NATO ammunition. Ball powder used an entirely different manufacturing process. The nitrocellulose was dissolved in solvents, formed into tiny spheres, and then hardened. This process was faster, more consistent, and much easier to scale up to mass production. A batch of WC-846 could be manufactured in 40 hours compared to 2 weeks for IMR 4475. More importantly, Olin Matheson could guarantee delivery of the enormous quantities the Army required. Fatal modifications. The powder substitution. The Army and Olin Matheson both understood that WC-846 burned differently than IMR 4475. The ball powder generated higher peak pressures and maintained those pressures longer as the bullet traveled down the barrel. This produced higher port pressures at the gas port location. The increased gas pressure meant more propellant gas was diverted back through the gas tube into the bolt carrier. This increased the violence of the action cycling and raised the cyclic rate of fire from around 800 rounds per minute to between 850 and 1,000 rounds per minute. More critically, WC-846 contained calcium carbonate as a stabilizer and deterrent coating. The calcium carbonate helped control the burn rate of the powder, but left significantly more fouling residue than IMR 4475. In traditional rifle designs with gas piston systems, this increased fouling went into the gas piston and could be cleaned from outside the action. But the M16 used direct gas impingement. Every bit of that calcium carbonate residue was blown directly back into the bolt carrier, the bolt, and most critically, the chamber itself, with every single shot fired. Crucially, no one conducted extensive testing of the M16 with WC-846 ammunition before approving the change. The rifle had been tested and approved with IMR 4475. The ammunition change was treated as a simple substitution rather than a fundamental alteration to the weapon system. Army acceptance tests continued using remaining stocks of IMR 4475 loaded ammunition, even as millions of rounds of WC-846 ammunition were being produced for shipment to Vietnam. The chrome plating decision. The second critical decision involved chrome plating. Eugene Stoner and the Colt engineers who manufactured the rifle strongly recommended chrome plating the chamber and bore. This was not new or experimental technology. Chrome plating had been used in artillery barrels since World War I and in aircraft machine guns throughout World War II. The process involved electroplating a thin layer of chromium onto the steel surface, creating a hard, corrosion-resistant finish. Chrome plating would protect against corrosion in Vietnam's humid jungle environment and would help prevent cartridge cases from sticking in the chamber during extraction. The United States military had extensive experience with tropical corrosion from the Pacific theater of World War II. Weapons that performed flawlessly in temperate climates had corroded rapidly in the humidity of Pacific Islands. Chrome plating had been identified as the solution decades earlier. The Army rejected this recommendation. Chrome plating added cost and production time to each rifle. Each chamber had to be carefully prepared, plated in an electroplating bath, and then inspected. The process added several steps to the manufacturing timeline. More importantly, traditionalists in Army ordnance worried that chrome plating would affect accuracy. Some target shooters believed that chrome-plated barrels were less accurate than bare steel, though testing had never confirmed this belief for military-grade accuracy standards. The decision was made to produce rifles without chrome-plated chambers despite warnings from the manufacturer. The Army cited the expense as cost-prohibitive, though no official documentation specifies the exact savings per rifle. Army ordnance believed that proper maintenance would prevent corrosion problems. This belief would prove catastrophically wrong in Vietnam's climate and combat conditions. The maintenance failure. The third decision would prove equally catastrophic. Colt had advertised the M16 as requiring minimal maintenance, far less than the M14. This was true when firing ammunition loaded with IMR 4475 in controlled conditions. Marketing materials and some early briefings described the rifle as nearly self-cleaning. The Army took this characterization at face value and failed to provide adequate cleaning equipment or training to troops deploying to Vietnam. Soldiers received their new M16s with virtually no cleaning kits, no instruction on proper maintenance procedures, and often with explicit statements that the rifle required little to no cleaning. Many were told the weapon was self-cleaning and that attempting to clean it improperly might damage it. This guidance would prove lethal when combined with the fouling properties of WC-846 powder and the lack of chrome plating in the chamber. The forward assist. The fourth modification compounded the emerging disaster. The original AR-15 lacked a forward assist, a device to manually ram the bolt fully forward if it failed to close on its own. Eugene Stoner had deliberately omitted this feature, reasoning that if the bolt would not close easily, something was wrong and the soldier should clear the malfunction rather than force it. Army ordnance insisted on adding a forward assist, arguing that soldiers needed the ability to force the rifle into battery. This seemingly minor change would later become a symbol of the systemic problems. Soldiers using the forward assist, desperately trying to close bolts on chambers already fouled beyond function. First deployment. The first M16s arrived in Vietnam in early 1965. Initial issue went to elite units, Special Forces, Airborne, and the 1st Cavalry Division. These early deployments mostly used remaining stocks of IMR 4475 loaded ammunition and included soldiers who received better training and maintained their weapons meticulously. Reports from these units were largely positive. Lieutenant Colonel Harold Moore's 1st Battalion, 7th Cavalry, carried M16s into Ia Drang Valley in November 1965. Moore, a West Point graduate and combat veteran of the Korean War, commanded 450 men organized into 4 rifle companies. They deployed aboard 16 UH-1D Huey helicopters, landing in waves at Landing Zone X-Ray. The Battle of Ia Drang. Landing Zone X-Ray. The landing zone was a clearing approximately 100 yards wide at the eastern base of Chu Pong Massif, a mountain that rose to 2,400 feet and marked the border with Cambodia. Within 15 minutes of the first helicopter touching down, Moore's troops made contact with North Vietnamese forces. What followed was a desperate 3-day battle against elements of 3 North Vietnamese regiments, perhaps 2,000 enemy soldiers. The fighting was often at point-blank range, sometimes hand-to-hand. North Vietnamese forces launched human wave assaults. American soldiers fired their M16s on full automatic, burning through magazine after magazine. In that first major engagement between American and North Vietnamese regular forces, the M16 performed remarkably well for most soldiers. The rifle's high rate of fire and lightweight ammunition allowed troops to carry significantly more rounds than they could have with M14s. Lieutenant Colonel Moore had ordered his men to carry as much ammunition as possible. Many soldiers carried 300 to 400 rounds. In the desperate close quarters fighting that characterized Ia Drang, this ammunition capacity proved decisive. American firepower, combined with artillery support and tactical airstrikes, prevented the North Vietnamese from overrunning the landing zone. Sergeant Ernie Savage, who fought in the battle, later described the experience. "I did not run out of ammunition. I had about 30 magazines in my pack, and no problems with the M16. Savage's platoon held a critical position on the perimeter throughout the battle. The M16s functioned as designed, but Ai Drang represented the best-case scenario for the M16. These were well-trained soldiers of an elite airmobile division. They had received better instruction on the new rifle than conventional infantry units would receive later. They maintained their weapons carefully. Most critically, many of the rifles at Ai Drang were still using ammunition loaded with IMR 4475 powder, the propellant the rifle had been designed to use. The weapons were relatively new, with chambers not yet corroded. The chaos of battle and the success of the engagement masked early warning signs of problems that would emerge months later. The crisis emerges. As 1966 progressed and hundreds of thousands of M16s flooded into Vietnam, loaded exclusively with WC-846 ammunition and issued to conventional infantry units with minimal training, the crisis began to unfold. By mid-1966, reports started filtering back from Vietnam that the M16 was failing at catastrophic rates. Soldiers wrote desperate letters home describing rifles that jammed after firing just a few rounds. Officers filed official complaints stating that their men had lost confidence in their primary weapon. Medical evacuation helicopters brought back wounded men who reported their rifles had failed at the moment they needed them most. The failures followed a predictable and deadly pattern. After firing 10 to 20 rounds, especially in full automatic mode, the rifle would fail to extract the spent cartridge case. The sequence of the malfunction became grimly familiar to soldiers throughout Vietnam. The malfunction sequence. The soldier would pull the trigger. The rifle would fire. The action would cycle, the bolt carrier driven backward by gas pressure. The extractor would attempt to pull the spent cartridge case from the chamber, but the case would stick, gripped by the corroded chamber walls and sealed by powder residue. The extractor, a small hook-shaped piece of spring steel, would pull against the rim of the brass case. The soft brass would deform under the pressure. The extractor would tear through the rim, leaving the body of the cartridge wedged firmly in the chamber. The bolt carrier would cycle backward, ejecting only the torn brass rim. A fresh round would be stripped from the magazine and pushed forward by the bolt. But the bolt could not close. The chamber still contained the body of the previous cartridge case. The fresh round would jam against the stuck case. The action would be completely locked. The soldier would pull the trigger and hear only a click. The hammer had fallen on a firing pin that could not reach the primer because the bolt was not fully closed. At this point, the rifle was completely inoperable. No amount of manipulation of the charging handle or forward assist would clear the malfunction. The only way to clear this type of jam was to insert a cleaning rod down the barrel from the muzzle end and punch the stuck case backward out of the chamber. This required removing the magazine, locking the bolt to the rear, inserting a cleaning rod down the 20-inch barrel, and forcefully driving the stuck case out through the ejection port. But soldiers had not been issued cleaning rods. The rifle had been described as self-cleaning and requiring minimal maintenance. Cleaning kits, when they existed at all, were typically kept at base camps, not carried on patrol. Even if a soldier had been issued a cleaning rod, performing this clearance procedure under fire was virtually impossible. It required using both hands, taking at least 30 seconds even for an experienced soldier, and left the soldier completely unable to defend himself. In a firefight where the enemy might be 10 feet away in thick jungle, 30 seconds without a functioning weapon was a death sentence. Voices of desperation. Letters from the front. Marine Corporal John Stevens wrote home in June 1966, "Out of 40 rounds I fired, my rifle jammed about 10 times. I pack as many grenades as I can, plus bayonet and K-bar jungle knife. So I will have something to fight with. If you can, please send me a bore rod and a 1 1/4 inch paintbrush. I need it. Our rifles are getting a lot of guys killed because they jam so easily. The desperation in such letters reflects a soldier's worst nightmare. Fighting in dense jungle where the enemy could be 5 feet away, where contact happened without warning, where survival depended on immediate, overwhelming firepower, and discovering that your rifle would fire 5 rounds and then become a useless club. In October 1966, the commanding officer of 1st Battalion, 2nd Infantry, 1st Infantry Division filed an official report. The new XM16E1 rifles are experiencing malfunctions to the extent that confidence has been degraded. His battalion had lost men in firefights when their rifles failed. Troops were beginning to pick up enemy AK-47 rifles from dead North Vietnamese soldiers, weapons they knew would fire reliably even when covered in mud. The AK-47 comparison. The AK-47 became the M16's devastating counterpoint. Designed in the Soviet Union by Mikhail Kalashnikov and adopted in 1947, the AK used a fundamentally different operating system. The AK employed a long-stroke gas piston. When the rifle fired, propellant gas was tapped from the barrel through a gas port, but instead of being channeled back into the bolt carrier, as in the M16, the gas drove a long piston that was physically separate from the bolt carrier. The piston pushed the bolt carrier backward. Then the piston returned forward while the bolt carrier continued cycling. This meant propellant gas and fouling never entered the action. All the combustion residue stayed in the gas tube and piston, completely separate from the bolt and chamber. The AK was also built with loose tolerances that allowed it to function when dirty, wet, or corroded. The bolt had significant clearance inside the receiver. Dirt and debris simply fell out through gaps in the design. The magazine was curved and designed to feed reliably even when dented or dirty. Every part of the weapon prioritized reliability over precision. Mikhail Kalashnikov had designed the weapon based on his experience as a Soviet tank commander in World War II. He knew that soldiers in combat conditions could not maintain weapons carefully. He designed a rifle that would work regardless of how badly it was treated. North Vietnamese and Viet Cong fighters maintained their AK-47s poorly, if at all. Weapons were stored in underground caches where they were exposed to water, mud, and humidity for months. They were carried through rivers, dropped in rice paddies, buried when units retreated. Yet the weapons functioned with near-perfect reliability. An AK could be pulled from a muddy stream. The bolt cycled once to clear water from the action, and the weapon would fire. American soldiers began to notice the contrast immediately. We found AKs that had been buried in mud, dropped in rivers, left in the jungle for weeks, wrote Sergeant William Rodriguez. We picked them up, pulled the bolt back, and they fired. Our M16s jammed if you looked at them wrong. The contrast became a bitter joke among infantry units. The enemy had better rifles than we did. The underground market. The underground market for captured AK-47s flourished. Officially, carrying enemy weapons was prohibited by regulations. American ammunition was not compatible with the AK, and carrying enemy weapons could lead to friendly fire incidents if a soldier was mistaken for the enemy. Unofficially, many squad leaders allowed or even encouraged their men to carry captured AKs. Some soldiers carried both an M16 and an AK, using the American rifle until it jammed and then switching to the Soviet weapon. A functioning AK was better than a jammed M16. Soldiers understood this, even if Army regulations did not. Official recognition begins. The first official acknowledgement of the crisis came too slowly. Reports of malfunctions reached General William Westmoreland, commander of Military Assistance Command, Vietnam. Westmoreland found himself in an impossible position. He had personally requested 100,000 minutes and 16 seconds for Vietnam, praising the rifle as ideal for jungle warfare. He had visited units at Ia Drang shortly after the battle and heard positive reports about the weapon. He believed the rifle was a significant improvement over the M14 for the type of combat American forces faced in Southeast Asia. Yet soldiers under his command were writing home that the M16 was getting them killed. The complaints could not be ignored. But acknowledging the problem meant admitting a massive failure in weapons procurement. The Marine Corps Survey. In December 1966, the Marine Corps conducted a formal survey of 2nd Battalion 9th Marines after a series of engagements where rifle failures had caused casualties. The battalion had been involved in Operation Prairie, heavy fighting in the demilitarized zone near the North Vietnamese border. The survey was devastating. Approximately 80% of troops surveyed reported experiencing stoppages during combat operations. Many reported their rifles jamming after firing fewer than 10 rounds. Several Marines stated they had been wounded or seen fellow Marines killed because rifles failed during contact with the enemy. Some Marines reported firing only 3 or 4 rounds before experiencing complete weapon failure. The survey documented the types of malfunctions. Failure to extract was by far the most common, accounting for 80% of all stoppages. Failure to feed, where a fresh cartridge would not chamber properly, accounted for most of the remainder. Failure to fire, where the firing pin failed to ignite the primer, was relatively rare. The most damning evidence: death while unjamming. The extraction failures followed the pattern that would become grimly familiar. The rifle would fire several rounds, then a cartridge case would stick in the chamber. The extractor would tear through the case rim. The rifle would be completely jammed. The survey included the most damning evidence yet. The Ichord Committee investigation later confirmed that one Marine corporal had been killed while running up and down the line of his squad trying to unjam other Marines' rifles with his cleaning rod. He was the only member of his squad who had managed to obtain a cleaning rod, apparently by trading with another unit. During a firefight, multiple Marines in the squad experienced extraction failures simultaneously. The corporal moved from position to position using his cleaning rod to punch stuck cases out of chambers while under fire. He was shot and killed while clearing a jam from another Marine's rifle. His own rifle, functioning properly, was found next to his body. He had died trying to keep his squad in the fight. Public outcry. By early 1967, the stories were reaching the American public. Soldiers' letters home describing rifle failures began appearing in newspapers. One Marine officer wrote Senator Gaylord Nelson, "The weapon has failed us at crucial moments. As many as 60% of the rifles failed to operate. I know of at least 2 Marines who died within 10 feet of the enemy with jammed rifles." Another letter from a Marine stated simply, "You know what killed most of us? Our own rifles." The M16. Families who had lost sons in Vietnam demanded to know if inadequate equipment had contributed to their deaths. On March 26, 1967, the Washington Daily News broke a major story about M16 reliability problems, featuring interviews with returning soldiers and excerpts from letters sent home from Vietnam. The article created a political firestorm. How could American troops be sent into combat with defective rifles? Why had the problems not been identified and corrected before widespread deployment? Who was responsible for decisions that prioritize cost and production speed over soldier safety? The pressure became impossible for Congress to ignore. The Ichord Committee forms. On May 3, 1967, Representative L. Mendel Rivers, chairman of the House Committee on Armed Services, established a special subcommittee to investigate the M16 rifle program. Congressman Richard Ichord, Democrat of Missouri, was appointed chairman of the subcommittee. He was joined by Representative Speedy O. Long of Louisiana and Representative William G. Bray of Indiana. The Ichord Committee, as it became known, would conduct the most thorough investigation of a weapons procurement program in congressional history. Over the next 5 months, the committee held hearings on May 15, 16, and 31, June 21, July 25, 26, and 27, and August 8, 9, and 22. All hearings were conducted at the Rayburn House Office Building in Washington. The committee interviewed hundreds of witnesses: combat soldiers recently returned from Vietnam, Army generals, Colt engineers, ammunition manufacturers, Eugene Stoner himself, and Pentagon procurement officials. Testimony was given under oath. Documents were subpoenaed. top technical experts were brought in to explain the ballistics and engineering involved. The investigation. The committee examined every aspect of the M16 program. They reviewed procurement decisions going back to 1963. They analyzed test reports that had been filed and ignored. They studied engineering drawings and manufacturing specifications. They interviewed soldiers who had survived firefights where their rifles failed. They brought in weapons that had been recovered from casualties, rifles found next to dead Americans with stuck cases still in the chambers. The picture that emerged was devastating. Every decision that had transformed the reliable AR-15 into the failing M16 was documented in detail. The switch from IMR 4475 to WC846 powder without adequate testing. The rejection of chrome plating despite manufacturer recommendations. The failure to provide cleaning equipment or training. The misleading claims about the rifle being self-cleaning. The increased cyclic rate that accelerated fouling. The quality control problems at Colt that allowed rifles to be shipped with defective parts. Each failure was documented with technical data, engineering reports, and the testimony of soldiers who had paid the price. Warnings ignored. The committee discovered that multiple people had raised red flags about these issues before widespread deployment. Colt engineers had protested the ammunition change in writing. Company officials had stated explicitly that they could not guarantee weapon performance with the new powder. Eugene Stoner had recommended chrome plating in his original design specifications and had reiterated this recommendation when the Army began large-scale procurement. Air Force officers who had used the rifle successfully with proper ammunition and maintenance had emphasized the need for cleaning equipment and training. Test reports had shown increased malfunction rates with WC846 ammunition. All of these warnings had been ignored, dismissed, or buried in the urgency to get rifles to Vietnam and the desire to cut costs. The most damning revelation concerned who knew what and when. Army Ordnance had test data showing that WC846 ammunition caused increased malfunction rates. They had reports from Colt stating that the company could not guarantee rifle performance with WC846. They knew that rifles without chrome plating corroded in humid environments. They knew that soldiers were not receiving adequate training or cleaning equipment. Yet deployment had continued month after month while soldiers died because their rifles failed. Testimony and technical truth. Soldiers testify. The testimony of returned combat veterans proved particularly powerful. Marine Corporal Thomas Martinez testified about a firefight where his rifle jammed after the third round. He described using his jammed rifle as a club, suffering a bayonet wound, and watching his fire team leader die while trying to clear his own jammed rifle. Private First Class David Chun described finding a dead American patrol. All 7 men killed, all 7 M16s jammed, cleaning rods scattered around the bodies where the men had died trying to clear their weapons. These weren't abstract statistics or technical failures. These were American soldiers who had died because the weapon they had been issued and trained to trust had betrayed them at the moment their lives depended on it. Eugene Stoner's testimony. Eugene Stoner explained his design philosophy for the committee. The AR-15 was engineered as a complete weapon system. The rifle, the ammunition, the maintenance procedures, all worked together. Changing the ammunition without extensive testing broke the system. He had recommended chrome plating specifically because he knew the direct gas impingement system would be vulnerable to corrosion without it. He had never claimed the rifle was self-cleaning. That characterization had been invented by marketing departments and repeated by people who did not understand the weapon. Ballistics experts testified about the differences between IMR 4475 and WC846. The ball powder produced higher port pressures that increased the volume of gas and residue blown into the action. The calcium carbonate in WC846 created fouling that IMR 4475 did not. The increased cyclic rate meant more rounds fired before a soldier could react to a malfunction, leading to worse jams. All of this had been predictable. Some of it had been predicted. The predictions had been ignored. Corporate accountability. Representatives from Colt testified that they had raised concerns about the ammunition change. They stated in writing that they could not guarantee rifle performance with WC-846 and that the increased cyclic rate violated Army acceptance standards. The Army had granted waivers allowing the higher cyclic rate. Quality control inspectors testified about finding defects in rifles being shipped to Vietnam, bolt carriers with improper hardness that would crack under stress, extractors with weak springs that would fail to pull stuck cases. They had rejected these rifles. The rejections had been overruled in the urgency to meet production quotas. The financial trail. The financial testimony exposed another dimension of the scandal. The decision to use WC-846 had saved money. Ball powder was cheaper and faster to produce than stick powder. Olin Matheson had made substantial profits from ammunition contracts. The decision not to chrome plate chambers had saved production costs. While the committee found no evidence of outright corruption or bribery, the cozy relationships between military procurement officers and defense contractors had clearly affected decision-making. Cost considerations and production convenience had outweighed combat effectiveness and soldier safety. The committee's findings. By August 1967, the Itchord Committee had assembled an overwhelming case. The M16 failures were not the result of soldier incompetence or inadequate training alone. They were the result of systematic failures in weapons procurement, testing, and deployment. Multiple officials and organizations shared responsibility. Army Ordnance had approved the ammunition change without adequate testing. The Army Materiel Command had rejected manufacturer recommendations about chrome plating. Training commands had failed to develop proper maintenance instruction. Colt had continued production despite knowing about problems. Olin Matheson had supplied ammunition that did not work properly with the rifle. Pentagon procurement officials had prioritized cost and speed over reliability. The official report. The committee's formal report, released on October 19, 1967, contained extensive findings and recommendations. The switch to ball powder ammunition was identified as the primary cause of malfunctions. The lack of chrome plating in the chamber was the secondary cause. The failure to provide adequate cleaning equipment and training was the tertiary cause. The report recommended immediate action. Chrome plate all M16 chambers and bores develop improved ammunition, with reduced fouling characteristics provide extensive cleaning kits to all troops carrying M16 implement comprehensive training programs on proper maintenance modify the rifle to reduce the cyclic rate establish better quality control in production create accountability for procurement decisions that affected soldier safety. The response. The investigation generated enough political pressure that the Army could not continue its previous course. Changes began immediately, even before the final report was released. The Army had already begun standardizing the improved XM16E1 as the M16A1. The XM16E1 was type classified as the M16A1 on February 13, 1967, and officially adopted by the United States Army on February 28, 1967. Production of the improved rifle ramped up rapidly throughout the spring and summer. The M16A1 solution. Critical modifications. The M16A1 incorporated critical modifications that addressed every major failure point. Chrome plating implementation. The chamber and bore were chrome plated, eliminating the corrosion problems that caused cases to stick. The chrome plating process added several manufacturing steps, but proved essential. Each chamber was carefully prepared, cleaned, and then electroplated with a thin layer of hard chromium. The chrome created a smooth, corrosion-resistant surface. Spent cartridge cases no longer stuck in corroded chambers. Extraction failures dropped dramatically. Buffer system redesign. A new buffer assembly reduced the cyclic rate back toward the original specifications. The buffer consisted of weights and springs inside the buttstock that absorbed the impact of the bolt carrier at the end of its rearward travel. The redesigned buffer used heavier weights and stiffer springs to slow the action cycling. This reduced the cyclic rate from over 900 rounds per minute back down to between 750 and 850 rounds per minute. The slower cyclic rate meant less violent action cycling and reduced stress on all components. Forward assist improvement. The forward assist was strengthened and improved. While Eugene Stoner had opposed this feature, soldiers in the field found it useful when properly applied. The improved forward assist had a stronger pull and could apply more force to close a reluctant bolt. However, training emphasized that the forward assist was for chambering a round when loading the rifle quietly, not for forcing a jammed action. The training revolution. Most importantly, the designation change came with a complete overhaul of training and maintenance procedures. The self-cleaning myth was explicitly and publicly debunked. Army training commands rewrote all instruction materials. The new doctrine emphasized that the M16 required regular, thorough cleaning, especially in combat conditions. Field Manual 23-9 was completely rewritten with detailed cleaning instructions. The new manual included step-by-step procedures with photographs and diagrams. It specified exactly how to disassemble the rifle, what to clean, how to clean it, and how often. Soldiers were instructed to clean the chamber and bore after every firing session. The gas tube required cleaning weekly in combat conditions. The bolt and bolt carrier needed to be disassembled, cleaned, and lubricated daily when in the field. Visual training materials. Comic book-style manuals were produced showing soldiers exactly how to maintain their rifles. These manuals with simple illustrations and step-by-step procedures could be understood even by troops with limited literacy or for whom English was not their primary language. The comic format used clear drawings showing each step of disassembly and cleaning. Arrows indicated direction of movement. Text was minimal and simple. A soldier who could not read technical prose could follow the illustrated guide. Comprehensive cleaning kits. Comprehensive cleaning kits were manufactured and distributed throughout Vietnam. Each kit contained everything needed to maintain the rifle in combat conditions. A 3-piece aluminum cleaning rod that could be screwed together to reach the full length of the barrel. A bore brush with stiff bronze bristles to scrub fouling from the rifling. A chamber brush specifically designed to clean the chamber walls where cases stuck. Pipe cleaners to clean the gas tube without disassembling the rifle. Cotton patches to wipe surfaces clean. A small bottle of lubricating oil. A toothbrush-style brush for cleaning the bolt and bolt carrier. The entire kit fit in a small plastic case that could be carried in a cargo pocket or attached to load-bearing equipment. New standards and discipline. Soldiers were required to clean their rifles daily in combat conditions, more often if they had fired extensively. Squad leaders inspected weapons regularly. Platoon sergeants conducted detailed inspections before and after operations. A dirty rifle was treated as a serious offense equivalent to other failures of discipline. The message was clear: your rifle will work if you maintain it. It will fail if you neglect it. New training programs emphasized that the M16 required regular maintenance, just like any other mechanical device. The self-cleaning myth was explicitly debunked in training classes. Drill instructors taught proper cleaning procedures and inspected rifles rigorously. Recruits spent hours learning to disassemble, clean, and reassemble their rifles until they could perform the procedure quickly and correctly, even in darkness. Before deploying to Vietnam, soldiers received additional training specifically on maintaining weapons in tropical conditions. Ammunition improvement. Most critically, the ammunition itself was improved. In 1970, a new powder designated WC-844 replaced WC-846 for 5.56 millimeters ammunition. WC-844 had reduced calcium carbonate content, producing significantly less fouling. The combination of chrome plating and cleaner ammunition solved the extraction problem that had killed so many soldiers. Dramatic results. The results were dramatic. By late 1967 and early 1968, units equipped with M16A1S, proper cleaning equipment, and adequate training reported substantial improvements in reliability. Malfunction rates dropped to levels comparable to or better than other military rifles. The extraction failures that had plagued the original M16 became rare. Soldiers who had despised and feared the M16 began to trust it. The rifle's inherent advantages could finally be realized without the crippling reliability problems. The lightweight meant soldiers could carry more ammunition or reduce the burden of their combat load. The high-capacity 30-round magazine gave sustained firepower in contact. The controllability in full automatic fire allowed accurate suppressive fire. The devastating terminal ballistics of the high-velocity 5.56 mm round at close range proved highly effective in jungle combat. Measuring success and calculating cost. Soldier surveys. In early 1968, the Army conducted comprehensive surveys of troops in Vietnam. The surveys were designed to measure soldier confidence in the improved rifle and identify any remaining problems. Results showed overwhelming satisfaction. The exact percentages varied depending on how questions were phrased, but approval ranged from 85% to 98% across different surveys. The February 1968 Department of Defense survey provided the most detailed data. 2,100 soldiers and Marines were surveyed about their combat experience with the M16A1. Only 38 individuals, less than 2%, stated they wanted to replace the M16 with a different weapon. The vast majority reported the rifle functioned reliably in combat. Most soldiers reported no significant malfunctions during the previous month of operations. When malfunctions did occur, they were typically minor feeding issues that could be cleared quickly, not the catastrophic extraction failures that had killed men a year earlier. An August to September 1967 survey conducted while improvements were being implemented found that 85% of respondents reported the M16 performed well in combat. 87% said they liked the weapon. A January to February 1968 survey found that 85% of troops wanted either the M16 or the XM177, a carbine version of the M16, for combat operations. The remaining 15% preferred other weapons, but this was considered normal variation. No weapon satisfies all users under all conditions. The complete transformation. The transformation was complete. A weapon that had been called a death trap, that soldiers had refused to carry, that men had died cursing, had become trusted and effective. The same basic design, when properly implemented with appropriate ammunition, chrome plating, cleaning equipment, and training, proved to be an excellent combat rifle. The human cost. The human cost of the delay was incalculable. No one knows exactly how many American soldiers died because their M16s jammed during firefights. The number was certainly in the hundreds, possibly more. Each death was preventable. Each resulted from decisions made in offices thousands of miles from Vietnam. Decisions that prioritized production speed and cost savings over soldier survival. Beyond deaths, thousands of soldiers had been wounded while fighting with jammed rifles or using inferior weapons. The psychological cost was equally severe. Soldiers lost faith not just in their rifles, but in the institution that had sent them into combat with defective equipment. A symbol of larger failures. The damage extended beyond individual tragedies. The M16 scandal became a symbol of everything wrong with the Vietnam War. Hasty decisions, inadequate testing, prioritization of systems and statistics over human realities, disconnect between leadership and troops in the field. For many Americans, the story of soldiers dying with jammed rifles epitomized the war's larger failures. The weapon that was supposed to give American troops a technological advantage had instead become a liability. The rifle that promised revolutionary firepower had delivered death to those who carried it. Continuing evolution. The story did not end in 1967. The M16A1 served throughout the remainder of the Vietnam War with increasing success. As soldiers learned proper maintenance and the weapon's quirks became familiar, the rifle evolved from liability to legend. By the 1970s, veterans who had cursed the early M16S praised the M16A1. The rifle continued to evolve through the M16A2, A3, A4, and eventually the M4 carbine, serving American forces for over 50 years and equipping armies around the world. The transformation happened because the problems were identified, investigated publicly, and corrected systematically, reshaping military procurement. The legacy of the M16 crisis shaped military procurement for decades. The Ichord Committee's investigation established precedents for congressional oversight of weapons programs that continue today. Before the M16 scandal, weapons procurement had been largely an internal military matter. Congress appropriated funds, but rarely questioned technical decisions about weapons design, testing, or deployment. The military and defense contractors operated with minimal outside scrutiny. The Ichord investigation changed this fundamentally, institutionalizing soldier feedback. The concept of soldier feedback became institutionalized. Before Vietnam, weapons were tested by ordnance experts and evaluated by technical specialists. The opinions of ordinary soldiers who would actually carry the weapons into combat were rarely solicited and often dismissed when offered. The M16 crisis demonstrated that soldiers in combat conditions discovered problems that laboratory testing missed. Their feedback was not merely anecdotal complaint, but essential operational data. The Army established formal mechanisms for troops to report equipment problems. After the war, the Army created the Product Quality Deficiency Report System, allowing soldiers to file official reports about equipment failures. These reports were tracked, investigated, and could trigger engineering changes or procurement modifications. Similar systems were established for all services. The voice of the soldier in the field gained authority it had never possessed before. Mandatory operational testing. Operational testing in combat conditions became mandatory before full-scale deployment of new weapons. The practice of adopting a weapon based solely on laboratory testing and limited field trials ended. New rifles, machine guns, and other individual weapons now undergo extensive operational testing by combat units in realistic conditions. Test units file detailed reports on reliability, maintainability, and combat effectiveness. Procurement decisions cannot proceed without positive operational test results. Tighter procurement controls. Procurement regulations were tightened to prevent the kinds of waivers and shortcuts that had caused the M16 disaster. The practice of granting waivers that allowed weapons to be fielded despite failing to meet specifications came under intense scrutiny. New regulations required that any waiver to acceptance standards be documented, justified in writing, and approved at high levels of authority. The casual granting of waivers that had allowed defective M16s to be shipped to Vietnam became much more difficult. Systemic reform and lasting impact. Independent quality control. Quality control inspections became more rigorous and independent. Previously, contractors often performed their own quality control with minimal oversight. After the M16 scandal, government inspectors gained more authority to reject defective weapons, even if contractors accepted them. The practice of overruling inspector rejections to meet production quotas was forbidden by new regulations. Manufacturing defects had to be corrected, not ignored. The system integration principle. Most importantly, the fundamental lesson was learned. A weapon system must be tested as a complete system. Changing one component affects the entire system. Cost savings that compromise reliability are not savings at all when measured in lives lost. Contractor recommendations about their own products should be heeded, not dismissed for convenience. Soldier complaints from the field should be investigated immediately, not buried in bureaucracy. Veterans, remember. In 1985, 20 years after Ia Drang, veterans of the 1st Cavalry Division held a reunion in Texas. Many brought their families to show them where their service had begun. Among the attendees were men who had fought with the original M16s at Ia Drang and men who had struggled with jammed rifles in later battles. Former Staff Sergeant Michael Torres, who had carried an M16 through 13 months in Vietnam from 1967 to 1968, spoke about the experience. The early M16 was a death trap. We knew it. We reported it. Nothing happened for a year. Men died while bureaucrats argued about powder specifications and chrome plating costs. But the M16A1, once they fixed it, that was a different weapon. Best rifle I ever carried. Light, accurate, reliable when you maintained it. It's what the original should have been. A new era of oversight. The lessons learned shaped not just rifles, but the entire military procurement system. Independent testing by soldiers in realistic conditions became standard. Congressional oversight of major weapons programs became routine. Contractor claims were verified rather than accepted. Today, the M16 is gradually being replaced by newer rifles, but the M16 family will remain in service for years. The rifle that nearly became America's worst procurement disaster instead became its most successful, precisely because the disaster was investigated, publicized, and corrected. Enduring truths about military procurement. The M16 crisis demonstrated several truths about military procurement and warfare that remain relevant today. There are no shortcuts to reliability. A weapon that works 80% of the time is a weapon that fails when you need it most. In combat, reliability is not a luxury. It is a necessity that determines whether soldiers live or die. Soldier feedback must be acted upon immediately. The men and women who carry weapons into combat are not complainers or malingerers. They are the primary source of operational intelligence about equipment performance. Their voices must be heard and their concerns must be addressed with urgency. Transparency and accountability drive improvement. The M16 crisis was solved not through internal military channels, but through public investigation and congressional oversight. Sunlight proved to be the best disinfectant for a procurement system that had prioritized cost and convenience over soldier safety. Good design can be ruined by bad implementation. Eugene Stoner created an excellent rifle. The decisions made during procurement and production transformed it into a death trap. Design excellence means nothing if implementation is flawed. Problems can be fixed if there is will to fix them. The same rifle that failed catastrophically in 1966 performed excellently in 1968. The design had not changed fundamentally. What changed was the willingness to acknowledge problems, investigate them thoroughly, and implement comprehensive solutions. Those who deserved better. The soldiers who died because their M16s jammed in combat deserved better. They deserved rifles that had been properly tested with the ammunition they would actually use in combat. They deserved ammunition that worked with their weapons rather than ammunition selected for cost and production convenience. They deserved chrome-plated chambers that would not corrode in tropical humidity. They deserved cleaning equipment and proper training in maintenance procedures. They deserved leaders who would listen to their complaints and act immediately rather than dismissing their concerns or burying them in bureaucracy. The fact that later soldiers received all these things does not diminish the tragedy of those who died before the fixes were implemented. Every death was preventable. Every casualty resulted from decisions that could have been made differently. A story of redemption. The M16 story became one of redemption because the rifle that soldiers called a death trap in 1966 became the rifle they praised in 1970 and beyond. The weapon that symbolized Pentagon incompetence and bureaucratic indifference became proof that accountability and transparency could force improvement even in the face of institutional resistance. But redemption never erases the original sin. The men who died with jammed M16s bought that redemption with their lives. Their deaths sparked an investigation that reformed an entire system. Their sacrifice purchased improvements that saved countless lives in the decades that followed. The power of public accountability, the congressional investigation, the media exposure, the public outrage. These forces drove change more effectively than any internal military review could have accomplished. They transformed a failing rifle into a reliable weapon. They reformed procurement procedures that had prioritized cost over effectiveness. They established accountability for equipment decisions that affected soldier safety. When soldiers were dying with jammed rifles and the military bureaucracy was slow to respond, it took Congress and the press to force action. The Ichord Committee's investigation saved American lives by exposing the truth and demanding comprehensive fixes. The Washington Daily News article that brought the crisis to public attention created political pressure that could not be ignored. Learning from failure. Today's soldiers carry weapons that work because soldiers in Vietnam carried weapons that failed. And because those failures were investigated publicly and corrected systematically rather than covered up or minimized. Legacy and final reflections. Success through accountability. The M16 succeeded in the long run, not because it was perfectly designed from the beginning, but because when it failed, the failure was not covered up or ignored. The sequence tells the complete story. The rifle jammed. Soldiers died. The news got out. Congress investigated. Changes were made. The rifle worked. This sequence, failure, exposure, investigation, reform, success, became a template for how military procurement failures should be addressed. It established the principle that transparency and accountability are not obstacles to military effectiveness, but essential components of it. Recognition for persistence. The men who carried M16s in Vietnam, particularly those who served in 1966 and 1967 when the problems were worst, deserve recognition not just for their combat service, but for their persistence with defective equipment. They fought enemy forces with rifles that too often would not fire. They improvised using grenades and captured weapons and sheer determination. They reported problems up the chain of command even when those reports were dismissed or ignored. They wrote letters home describing the failures, letters that eventually reached newspapers and triggered political action. Their complaints eventually triggered the investigation that fixed the system. Their willingness to speak truth about equipment failures, even when that truth was unwelcome, saved the lives of soldiers who came after them. The dual nature of the M16 story. The M16 failed American soldiers in Vietnam. Then America fixed the M16. That sequence, failure followed by correction, defines both the tragedy and the triumph of the story. The tragedy was entirely preventable. Every decision that led to the crisis involved choices that could have been made differently. The triumph was hard-earned through the courage of soldiers who spoke up, journalists who investigated, and congressmen who demanded accountability. Together, the failure and the correction taught lessons that shaped American military procurement for generations. The crisis as catalyst. In the end, the M16 crisis stands as a testament to what can happen when cost and convenience override soldier safety, and what must happen when such failures are exposed. The rifles that jammed in the jungles of Vietnam became catalysts for systemic change, ensuring that future generations of American soldiers would deploy with weapons that had been properly tested, honestly evaluated, and thoroughly proven. The soldiers who died with jammed rifles did not die in vain. Their deaths sparked an investigation that reformed an entire system. Their sacrifice bought improvements that saved countless lives in the decades that followed. The Product Quality Deficiency Report System, the requirement for operational testing by combat troops, the enhanced congressional oversight of weapons programs. All these reforms emerged from the M16 crisis. The true legacy. That is the true legacy of the M16 crisis, not the failure itself, but the refusal to accept failure as inevitable. The insistence that soldiers deserve better. The determination to learn from mistakes rather than repeat them. The understanding that accountability and transparency are not threats to military effectiveness, but prerequisites for it. More than a rifle story. The M16 story is not just about a rifle. It is about accountability in government procurement. It is about transparency in military decision-making. It is about the price of putting anything, cost, convenience, production schedules, corporate profits, bureaucratic inertia, above the lives of soldiers who trust their government to equip them properly for combat. It is a story about the gap between what soldiers are promised and what they actually receive. It is about the disconnect between laboratory testing and battlefield reality. It is about the difference between what works in theory and what works when lives depend on it. A story for all time. It is a story that should never be forgotten because the temptations that led to the M16 crisis, the temptation to cut costs, to rush production, to grant waivers to failing standards, to ignore warnings, to dismiss soldier complaints, these temptations are eternal. They exist in every procurement program. They whisper in every budget meeting. They lurk in every production deadline. The M16 crisis teaches that yielding to these temptations has consequences measured in American lives. It teaches that soldier safety must be the paramount concern in weapons procurement, not an afterthought or a variable to be balanced against cost and schedule. The responsibility of leadership. The crisis also teaches uncomfortable truths about leadership and responsibility. The soldiers who died with jammed M16s were failed by leaders at every level. Engineers who approved ammunition changes without adequate testing, procurement officers who rejected manufacturer recommendations to save costs, quality control inspectors whose rejections were overruled to meet quotas, training commands that perpetuated the self-cleaning myth, generals who were slow to acknowledge problems, and politicians who had to be forced by public outrage to investigate. These failures of leadership were not acts of malice. They were sins of omission, of misplaced priorities, of institutional inertia. But they killed American soldiers just as surely as enemy bullets did. The path forward. The M16 story shows that such failures can be corrected, but only through transparency, accountability, and a willingness to prioritize soldier safety above all other considerations. It shows that public oversight of military procurement is not an infringement on military prerogatives, but a necessary check on institutional tendencies toward cost-cutting and corner-cutting. Honoring the fallen. When we remember the M16 crisis, we must remember first the soldiers who died because their rifles failed. We must remember the Marine corporal killed while using his cleaning rod to clear other Marines' jammed rifles. We must remember the 7-man patrol found dead, all with jammed M16s, cleaning rods scattered around their bodies. We must remember every soldier who pulled the trigger in combat and heard only a click, who faced the enemy with a rifle that would not fire, who died cursing the weapon that had betrayed them. Honoring those who spoke up. We must also remember those who survived and spoke up, the soldiers who wrote letters home describing the failures, the officers who filed official complaints despite pressure to remain silent, the journalists who investigated and published the truth, the congressmen who demanded accountability despite military resistance. These people, soldiers, journalists, politicians, saved lives through their courage to speak truth to power. They proved that change is possible when failures are exposed rather than concealed, when accountability is demanded rather than excused, when soldier safety is prioritized above institutional convenience. The enduring questions. The M16 crisis leaves us with questions that every generation must answer anew. How do we ensure that the weapons we give soldiers actually work when their lives depend on them? How do we create procurement systems that prioritize effectiveness over cost? How do we ensure that soldier feedback is heard and acted upon? How do we maintain transparency and accountability in military decision-making? How do we prevent the same mistakes from being repeated with new weapons and new technologies? The final lesson. The final lesson of the M16 crisis is simple but profound. When soldiers trust their government to equip them properly for combat, that trust must be honored. When that trust is betrayed, whether through malice or incompetence, through cost-cutting or corner-cutting, the betrayal must be exposed and corrected. The M16 crisis was a betrayal of that trust. The Ichord Committee investigation and the reforms that followed were the correction. The soldiers who died bought that correction with their lives. Their sacrifice must never be forgotten, and the lessons learned from their deaths must never be ignored. That is how we honor them. That is how we ensure they did not die in vain. That is how we prevent future soldiers from facing the same betrayal. The M16 failed. America fixed it. And in doing so, America recommitted itself to the principle that soldiers deserve weapons that work, leaders who listen, and a procurement system that puts their safety first. That commitment, born from tragedy and purchased with American lives, is the true legacy of the M16 crisis. What happens when an empire convinced of its divine protection faces immediate destruction? Not through gradual military losses or enemy invasions, but through two brilliant flashes that forever altered warfare's nature. This narrative explores how the atomic weapons didn't merely destroy two urban centers. They demolished an entire civilization's worldview within mere days. For Japan's military forces and civilian population experiencing August 1945, the shift from unwavering confidence in final triumph to total capitulation occurred so rapidly that comprehension proved impossible for many. They'd been conditioned to defend every piece of sacred territory down to the last citizen, armed with bamboo spears if required. Then arrived weapons beyond their understanding. Those 72 hours separating Hiroshima from the emperor's surrender announcement represented more than military defeat. It marked the disintegration of everything Japanese citizens had been taught regarding their cosmic position, their emperor's divinity, and their nation's destined victory. The atomic weapons didn't simply terminate the conflict. They terminated an entire framework for understanding existence. Understanding this shock requires understanding what Japanese believed in August 1945. Despite consecutive Pacific defeats, despite firebombing that had consumed 64 urban centers, despite widespread starvation across the home islands, most Japanese maintained faith in possible victory. Not through superior armaments or strategy, but through Yamato Damashii, that unique Japanese spirit capable of conquering any material disadvantage. This transcended mere propaganda. It represented a worldview constructed over centuries, reinforced by the kamikaze divine winds saving Japan from Mongol invasion, by the remarkable 1905 victory over Russia, by the swift conquest across much of Asia. Japanese soldiers and civilians believed their spiritual superiority, their readiness to perish for the emperor, their unique heritage as descendants of sun goddess Amaterasu, would ultimately triumph over American material wealth. School children drilled daily with bamboo spears, learning to thrust at vital points on American soldiers. Women trained with Naginata pole weapons. Elderly men prepared to become human explosives, strapping bombs to their bodies. The entire 100 million population stood ready to perish as one, believing this ultimate sacrifice would somehow generate victory, or at minimum prevent desecration of sacred homeland. The military possessed concrete plans for this final confrontation. Operation Ketsugo called for every remaining aircraft to become kamikaze weaponry, every vessel a suicide craft, every soldier and civilian a human bullet aimed at invaders. They'd concealed thousands of aircraft in caves and camouflage positions. They'd stockpiled ceramic grenades and bamboo spears. They'd prepared to transform invasion beaches into massive killing zones where American blood would flow so abundantly that surely the enemy would lose resolve and negotiate. Consider Lieutenant Colonel Masao Inaba, a staff officer at Tokyo's War Ministry. On August 6, 1945's morning, he was examining Operation Ketsugo plans, the massive homeland defense that would hurl 28 million civilians and every remaining soldier against American invaders. The plans demanded transforming beaches into killing fields, cities into fortresses, and if necessary, the entire population into a 100 million person suicide force. Inaba believed, as did most military leadership, that Japanese spiritual strength would overcome American material advantage. August 6th's morning began like any wartime day in Tokyo. At the War Ministry, officers continued refining defense plans. They calculated that Americans had lost appetite for heavy casualties after Okinawa, where kamikaze attacks and fanatical ground resistance had killed 12,000 Americans. If they could inflict 10 times those casualties during invasion, surely America would negotiate rather than continue the slaughter. These weren't desperate fantasies, but careful calculations. The Japanese had correctly identified American landing beaches on Kyushu. They'd positioned forces accordingly. They knew Americans planned November invasion. They had months to prepare. Every detail received consideration, from underwater obstacle placement to suicide attack timing. Plans even included using schoolgirls as human mines, their bodies packed with explosives to throw themselves under American tanks. What happens when an empire convinced of its divine protection faces immediate destruction? Not through gradual military losses or enemy invasions, but through two brilliant flashes that forever altered warfare's nature. This narrative explores how the atomic weapons didn't merely destroy two urban centers. They demolished an entire civilization's worldview within mere days. For Japan's military forces and civilian population experiencing August 1945, the shift from unwavering confidence in final triumph to total capitulation occurred so rapidly that comprehension proved impossible for many. They'd been conditioned to defend every piece of sacred territory down to the last citizen, armed with bamboo spears if required. Then arrived weapons beyond their understanding. Those 72 hours separating Hiroshima from the emperor's surrender announcement represented more than military defeat. It marked the disintegration of everything Japanese citizens had been taught regarding their cosmic position, their emperor's divinity, and their nation's destined victory. The atomic weapons didn't simply terminate the conflict. They terminated an entire framework for understanding existence. Understanding this shock requires understanding what Japanese believed in August 1945. Despite consecutive Pacific defeats, despite firebombing that had consumed 64 urban centers, despite widespread starvation across the home islands, most Japanese maintained faith in possible victory. Not through superior armaments or strategy, but through Yamato Damashii, that unique Japanese spirit capable of conquering any material disadvantage. This transcended mere propaganda. It represented a worldview constructed over centuries, reinforced by the kamikaze divine winds saving Japan from Mongol invasion, by the remarkable 1905 victory over Russia, by the swift conquest across much of Asia. Japanese soldiers and civilians believed their spiritual superiority, their readiness to perish for the emperor, their unique heritage as descendants of sun goddess Amaterasu, would ultimately triumph over American material wealth. School children drilled daily with bamboo spears, learning to thrust at vital points on American soldiers. Women trained with Naginata pole weapons. Elderly men prepared to become human explosives, strapping bombs to their bodies. The entire 100 million population stood ready to perish as one, believing this ultimate sacrifice would somehow generate victory, or at minimum prevent desecration of sacred homeland. The military possessed concrete plans for this final confrontation. Operation Ketsugo called for every remaining aircraft to become kamikaze weaponry, every vessel a suicide craft, every soldier and civilian a human bullet aimed at invaders. They'd concealed thousands of aircraft in caves and camouflage positions. They'd stockpiled ceramic grenades and bamboo spears. They'd prepared to transform invasion beaches into massive killing zones where American blood would flow so abundantly that surely the enemy would lose resolve and negotiate. Consider Lieutenant Colonel Masao Inaba, a staff officer at Tokyo's War Ministry. On August 6, 1945's morning, he was examining Operation Ketsugo plans, the massive homeland defense that would hurl 28 million civilians and every remaining soldier against American invaders. The plans demanded transforming beaches into killing fields, cities into fortresses, and if necessary, the entire population into a 100 million person suicide force. Inaba believed, as did most military leadership, that Japanese spiritual strength would overcome American material advantage. August 6th's morning began like any wartime day in Tokyo. At the War Ministry, officers continued refining defense plans. They calculated that Americans had lost appetite for heavy casualties after Okinawa, where kamikaze attacks and fanatical ground resistance had killed 12,000 Americans. If they could inflict 10 times those casualties during invasion, surely America would negotiate rather than continue the slaughter. These weren't desperate fantasies, but careful calculations. The Japanese had correctly identified American landing beaches on Kyushu. They'd positioned forces accordingly. They knew Americans planned November invasion. They had months to prepare. Every detail received consideration, from underwater obstacle placement to suicide attack timing. Plans even included using schoolgirls as human mines, their bodies packed with explosives to throw themselves under American tanks. In Hiroshima itself, reality defied all comprehension. 20-year-old bank clerk Akiko Takakura was just 260 meters from ground zero when the bomb detonated at 8:15 that morning. She saw a white magnesium flash, then nothing. When she regained consciousness, she was trapped under debris, her back lacerated by over 100 wounds. Crawling out, she encountered a scene from hell. People walked like ghosts, their skin hanging off in sheets. A soldier sat holding his intestines in his hands. Bodies floated in the river, so many that she could have walked across on them. What Takakura witnessed went beyond conventional warfare. She saw fingers spontaneously combusting, fire spreading up arms to consume entire bodies. Human beings turned into living torches. The heat was so intense that people's eyes had melted and run down their faces. Birds ignited mid-flight and fell from the sky as balls of fire. This wasn't warfare as anyone understood it. It was like the sun itself had touched the earth. The testimonies of other survivors painted an equally incomprehensible picture. 14-year-old Akihiro Takahashi was standing in line with his classmates 1.4 kilometers from the hypocenter. The flash threw him to the ground. When he stood up, his clothes were in tatters, his skin hanging from his body like rags. He stumbled toward the river, passing people whose faces had melted, leaving only their teeth visible. Some walked holding their own eyeballs in their hands. Others crawled, leaving trails of flesh behind them. At the Red Cross hospital, Dr. Michihiko Hachiya had been thrown across his room by the blast. Bleeding from multiple wounds, he made his way to the hospital to find it overwhelmed. Patients arrived with burns unlike anything he had seen, their skin peeling off at the slightest touch. Many who seemed uninjured died within hours, vomiting blood, their hair falling out in clumps. He had no explanation for these symptoms. No medical training had prepared him for radiation sickness. Reverend Kiyoshi Tanimoto, who had been outside the city when the bomb fell, rushed back to help. He found the Hiroshima he knew had vanished. Where busy streets had been, there was only rubble and ash. The rivers were clogged with bodies, so many that the water had turned red. People begged for water, but when he gave it to them, they died immediately. He spent days carrying the wounded on his back, many dying before he could get them to help. 6-year-old Shoso Kawamoto was eating breakfast when the world exploded. The blast threw him against a wall, embedding glass in his body. His mother pulled him from the wreckage of their home, her face so burned he didn't recognize her. Together they stumbled through a city that no longer existed. Passing shadows burned into walls where people had been vaporized, leaving only their silhouettes as monuments to their final moment. The scale of destruction overwhelmed any attempt at comprehension. The Shima Hospital, directly under the explosion, had simply ceased to exist. Its patients and staff vaporized instantly. Hiroshima Castle, which had stood for 350 years, was gone. Buddhist temples, Shinto shrines, schools, homes, all had been reduced to radioactive ash in less than a second. 15-year-old Teruko Terioka was mobilized for labor service when the bomb struck. She didn't realize the extent of her injuries until days later when she found a mirror. Her left eye had been destroyed, resembling a pomegranate, with cuts across her face transforming her appearance into something she described as monstrous. Like thousands of others, she had been turned from a normal teenager into a hibakusha, an explosion-affected person, in an instant. The psychological impact rippled outward from Hiroshima. Civilians who had endured months of conventional bombing, who had steeled themselves for invasion, suddenly faced something beyond their mental framework. You could hide from regular bombs in shelters. You could fight soldiers with bamboo spears if it came to that. But how do you fight a weapon that turns an entire city into ash in seconds? Part 4. The Debate and the Second Strike, 5,000 Characters. On August 7th, as Japan struggled to understand what had happened, President Truman's announcement reached Japanese leaders. He claimed America possessed a new bomb harnessing the basic power of the universe, the force from which the sun draws its power. He warned of a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which had never been seen on Earth. Most Japanese officials dismissed this as propaganda. Surely, the Americans were exaggerating. One bomb, even a powerful one, couldn't change the war's course. The Supreme Council for the Direction of the War, Japan's 6 most powerful leaders, met on August 9th to discuss Hiroshima. The Big Six, as they were known, included Prime Minister Kantaro Suzuki, Foreign Minister Shigenori Togo, War Minister General Korechika Anami, Navy Minister Admiral Mitsumasa Yanai, Army Chief of Staff General Yashijiro Yamizu, and Navy Chief of Staff Admiral Somo Toyota. They were still debating whether it had really been an atomic bomb when the second piece of devastating news arrived. The meeting had been delayed from August 7th because military members wanted more information. They still couldn't believe a single bomb had destroyed Hiroshima. General Anami argued it might have been a massive, conventional raid combined with propaganda. Admiral Toyota suggested it was a special type of mine, or perhaps several bombs dropped to appear as one explosion. They grasped at any explanation except the truth, that America had achieved what Japan's own scientists said was impossible. Foreign Minister Togo tried to inject reality into the discussion. He had received reports from Swiss and Swedish diplomats confirming the destruction. President Truman's statement had been clear. America possessed atomic bombs and would continue dropping them until Japan surrendered. But even Togo couldn't fully grasp what this meant. No one could. The very concept of a weapon that could destroy an entire city in seconds was outside human experience. The debate was still raging when the first catastrophe of August 9 struck. At 1 minute past midnight that same day, Soviet forces had launched a massive invasion of Manchuria. The Soviets, who Japan had desperately hoped would mediate a negotiated peace, had instead joined their enemies. Over 1 million Soviet soldiers were pouring across the border, smashing through the Guangdong army that Japan had once considered invincible. The neutral party Japan had counted on for salvation had become another enemy seeking their destruction. This Soviet betrayal shattered one of Japan's last hopes. For months, Japanese diplomats had been secretly approaching the Soviets, offering territorial concessions in exchange for mediation with the Americans. The Japanese ambassador in Moscow had been instructed to offer the Soviets anything they wanted, Sakhalin, the Kurils, even Manchuria itself, if they would just help negotiate peace. Unknown to the Japanese, the Soviets had been planning this invasion since the Yalta Conference in February and had been lying to Japanese diplomats while secretly moving massive forces to the Manchurian border. The Soviet invasion was a masterpiece of military deception and overwhelming force. In less than a week, they would destroy the Guangdong Army, Japan's largest and once most elite force. The same army that had conquered Manchuria and terrorized China was being swept aside like toy soldiers. The meeting was still in session when at 11:02 in the morning, news arrived that shattered their remaining assumptions. Nagasaki had just been hit by a second atomic bomb. Another city of 263,000 people had been obliterated. The Americans hadn't just had one miracle weapon. They had an arsenal. Everything the Japanese military had calculated about American capabilities was wrong. The second bomb destroyed more than Nagasaki. It destroyed the last argument of the military hardliners. They had insisted the Americans couldn't have more than one atomic bomb. Now they had 2. How many more did they have? 3? 10? 100? The Japanese had no way of knowing that America had no more bombs ready, that the third wouldn't be available until August 19th. All they knew was that cities could now disappear daily until nothing remained of Japan but radioactive ash. In Nagasaki, the devastation repeated Hiroshima's horror with variations. The bomb had detonated over the Urakami Valley, the center of Japanese Christianity. The massive Urakami Cathedral, the largest Christian church in East Asia, was reduced to rubble. Of the 12,000 Catholics in the valley, 8,000 died instantly. The city's medical infrastructure, including most doctors and nurses, ceased to exist in a flash. The bomb had actually missed its intended target. Kokura had been the primary objective, but smoke and clouds had obscured the city. The B-29 boxcar, running low on fuel, had diverted to Nagasaki. Even there, clouds covered the city, and Bombardier Kermit Behan had only seconds to identify a target through a brief break in the clouds. The bomb exploded over the Mitsubishi Armaments factory, but hills partially shielded other parts of the city, limiting the destruction compared to Hiroshima. Still, 40,000 died instantly, with tens of thousands more dying in the following months. Among the victims was a man who would become famous as the unluckiest person in history. Tsutomu Yamaguchi, a 29-year-old engineer, had been in Hiroshima on business when the first bomb fell. Despite severe burns and ruptured eardrums, he had managed to return home to Nagasaki. On August 9th, he was describing the Hiroshima bombing to his supervisor, who accused him of being crazy for claiming one bomb had destroyed an entire city. At that moment, the second atomic bomb detonated 3 kilometers away. Yamaguchi survived again, the only person officially recognized as surviving both atomic bombings. Yamaguchi's experience embodied the incomprehensible nature of atomic warfare. He had seen Hiroshima vanish, had his body burned by radiation, had witnessed hell itself. Yet when he tried to explain it, even his own supervisor couldn't believe him. The human mind simply couldn't accept that such destruction was possible. Then, in the middle of his explanation, it happened again. Reality had become more terrifying than any nightmare. In the Mitsubishi torpedo factory, hundreds of workers were vaporized at their stations. At Nagasaki Medical College, students and professors died instantly in their classrooms. The Chinsei Middle School lost 500 students in a second. Unlike Hiroshima, where many were caught completely by surprise, Nagasaki had received an air raid warning, but it had been called off. People had left their shelters, returned to work, resumed their daily lives. Then the sky exploded. For ordinary Japanese, the psychological shock was complete. In the countryside, farmer's wife Tomiko Higa heard the emperor's surrender speech 6 days later. Until that moment, she had believed Japan was winning. The government had told them victory was certain, that American forces were being crushed, that divine winds would protect Japan as they had against the Mongols centuries before. The atomic bombs revealed all of it as lies. The military response split between denial and determination to fight on. Vice Admiral Takejiro Onishi, founder of the Kamikaze Corps, argued that Japan would never be defeated if they were prepared to sacrifice 20 million lives in special attacks. He believed the Americans couldn't have many more atomic bombs, and that Japanese spirit could still prevail. General Anami insisted the military could still inflict such casualties on an American invasion that they could negotiate better terms. But Emperor Hirohito had reached a different conclusion. Meeting with Foreign Minister Togo on the afternoon of August 8th before the Nagasaki bombing, he had already decided the war must end. The atomic bomb had given him the tool he needed, a face-saving reason to surrender. Japan couldn't be expected to fight weapons that harnessed the fundamental forces of the universe. It wasn't a defeat of Japanese spirit, but a matter of transcendent technology. The emperor's decision triggered the most dramatic hours in Japanese history. Just before midnight on August 9th, he convened an imperial conference in the underground bomb shelter beneath the palace. Breaking all precedent, he personally intervened in the debate. He spoke of the discrepancy between military plans and performance, the devastating power of the atomic bombs, and ominously, the domestic situation, referring to the danger of internal revolution as starving civilians reached their breaking point. Major Kenji Hatanaka, a young staff officer, represented those who couldn't accept surrender. On the night of August 14th, he led a coup attempt to prevent the emperor's surrender broadcast with a group of officers. He murdered Lieutenant General Takeshi Mori, commander of the Imperial Guard, and used his seal to forge orders occupying the palace. They spent hours searching for the recording of the emperor's surrender speech, determined to prevent its broadcast. Hatanaka's coup represented the final convulsion of Japanese militarism. He and his fellow conspirators, including Lieutenant Colonels Masataka Ida and Jiro Shiozaki, believed that surrender meant not just defeat, but the destruction of Japan's essence. They couldn't accept that the emperor, whom they worshipped as a living god, would choose surrender over death. In their minds, they were saving the emperor from traitors who had deceived him. The coup had been brewing since August 10th, when word leaked that the emperor was considering surrender. War Minister Anami, torn between loyalty to the emperor and his belief in continued resistance, had given ambiguous signals to the plotters. He neither endorsed nor firmly rejected their plans, telling them to follow their conscience. This ambiguity emboldened them, while leaving him room to deny involvement if they failed. The rebels cut phone lines, detained palace staff, and threatened to disembowel the emperor's aide with a samurai sword if he didn't reveal where the recording was hidden. They ransacked the palace's labyrinthine corridors, while American B-29s flew overhead on what would be the last bombing raid of the war. The recording, meanwhile, was hidden in a pile of documents labeled innocuously and smuggled out in a lunch bag. The search became increasingly desperate as dawn approached. Hatanaka personally interrogated Marquis Koichi Kido, the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal, threatening him with death. He searched the emperor's own quarters, an act of sacrilege that showed how far the rebels had fallen into confusion. They couldn't find the recording because Palace Chamberlain Yoshihiro Tokugawa had hidden it in a safe used for the imperial regalia, a place so sacred the rebels didn't think to search. As the hours passed, support for the coup evaporated. General Shizuchi Tanaka, commander of the Eastern District Army, arrived at the palace and berated the rebels for dishonoring the army. Other senior officers who had initially sympathized with the coup's goals refused to provide troops. The rebels realized they were alone, that the army would not rise up to prevent surrender. As dawn broke on August 15th, the coup collapsed. The Eastern District Army refused to support the rebels. Hatanaka went to the NHK radio station, waving a pistol, desperately trying to get airtime to explain his actions to the Japanese people. Refused and dishonored, he rode through Tokyo's streets on a motorcycle, throwing leaflets explaining his motives before shooting himself in front of the imperial palace. His death poem was found in his pocket, speaking of his desire to save Japan from dishonor. Lieutenant Colonel Shiozaki followed him in death, committing seppuku on the palace grounds. War Minister Anami, who had failed to prevent either the surrender or the coup, also committed ritual suicide, his death poem apologizing for his great crime. Across Japan, other officers who couldn't accept defeat followed their example. Vice Admiral Onishi, father of the kamikaze, slit his belly and refused medical aid, taking 15 hours to die in agony as penance for the young men he had sent to their deaths. At noon on August 15th, Japanese citizens gathered around radios, many wearing their finest clothes, for what they were told would be an announcement of the highest importance. Most expected to hear a call for final resistance, for every Japanese to die gloriously defending the homeland. Instead, they heard the emperor's voice for the first time in history, speaking in formal court Japanese. Many could barely understand. The emperor never used the word surrender. He spoke of accepting the joint declaration of the powers. He mentioned the war situation developing not necessarily to Japan's advantage, a masterpiece of understatement. But crucially, he cited the cruel bombs, whose damage was beyond measure. Continuing to fight would lead not only to the collapse of the Japanese nation, but the extinction of human civilization itself. The imperial voice, thin and high-pitched, shocked listeners as much as his words. This was the voice of God. He sounded human, fragile, mortal. Many Japanese had never heard a radio before, gathered around the few receivers in their villages. The static, the formal language, the poor audio quality meant many didn't fully understand what they were hearing. Some thought the emperor was calling for greater resistance. Others simply couldn't process that Japan had surrendered. In Tokyo, people fell to their knees and wept. In Nagano Prefecture, school teacher Saburo Ayanaga watched his students collapse in confusion. They had been training with bamboo spears that very morning, preparing to kill Americans on the beaches. Now they were being told to bear the unbearable and endure the unendurable. Some felt relief that they would live. Others felt shame that they wouldn't die gloriously. Many felt nothing, their minds unable to process such a complete reversal of everything they believed. 16-year-old Yuko Kawasaki had been working in a munitions factory, making bullets for the final battle. When the emperor's broadcast ended, the factory manager addressed the workers. He told them Japan had developed its own atomic bomb and would now destroy America. It took days for the truth to sink in, that Japan had not only lost but surrendered unconditionally. The manager had lied because he couldn't accept the truth himself. Across Japan, reactions varied wildly. In some military units, officers smashed radios and insisted the broadcast was American propaganda. At Atsugi Airfield, kamikaze pilots threatened to continue attacking the American fleet until forcibly restrained. In contrast, many civilians felt secret relief. The mother who had been preparing to kill her children rather than let them be captured by Americans put down the knife. The father who had been teaching his son to thrust a bamboo spear at American soldiers told him they would live. The confusion was amplified because most Japanese had no idea how badly the war had been going. Censorship had hidden the truth about the devastating losses across the Pacific. They didn't know the Navy had been destroyed, that most of Japan's conquered territory had been retaken, that millions of Japanese soldiers were cut off and starving on bypassed islands. They still believed Japan was winning. Now suddenly, incomprehensibly, Japan had surrendered because of a new type of bomb. For millions of Japanese, this moment shattered their entire worldview. The emperor, whom they had been taught was a living god descended from the sun goddess, was admitting defeat. The divine protection they had counted on had failed. The special attack spirit that was supposed to overcome any material disadvantage had proven powerless against atomic weapons. School teacher Saburo Nishimoto in Nagano Prefecture watched his students break down in tears. They had been training to fight the Americans with bamboo spears, absolutely certain they would die gloriously for the emperor. Now they were being told to live, to endure the unendurable. Some felt relief, others shame, many simply confusion. How could everything they believed be wrong? The atomic bomb's psychological impact extended beyond Japan's surrender. Dr. Michihiko Hachiya, director of the Hiroshima Communications Hospital, kept a diary of the aftermath. He recorded not just the medical horrors, the radiation sickness that killed people who seemed uninjured, the infections that wouldn't heal, but also the spiritual devastation. Survivors walked through the ruins, asking why they had lived when so many died. They felt guilt for surviving, shame for Japan's defeat, and terror of the invisible poison they carried in their bodies. The Hibakusha faced discrimination even from other Japanese. People feared radiation was contagious. Marriage proposals were withdrawn when families learned someone had been in Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Employers refused to hire survivors. Children of Hibakusha were assumed to be genetically damaged. The bombs had not only ended the war, but created a permanent underclass of citizens marked by atomic fire. American occupation forces arriving in Japan found a population in psychological shock. General MacArthur noted that the Japanese people seemed to have experienced a complete transformation almost overnight. The same civilians who had been training to fight with sharpened bamboo poles now welcomed American soldiers. The military that had fought fanatically for every island now laid down their arms without resistance. But this transformation came at immense psychological cost. Writer Kenzaburo Oe later described it as the death of the old Japan and the traumatic birth of a new one. The atomic bombs had done more than defeat Japan militarily. They had invalidated an entire belief system, proved that spiritual strength meant nothing against scientific power, and shown that the emperor was just a man whose voice could barely be heard over a radio. The speed of Japan's psychological transformation was unprecedented. In less than 2 weeks, the nation went from preparing every citizen to die in a final battle to complete acceptance of occupation. The atomic bombs had achieved something military invasion might never have accomplished. the instant shattering of Japanese military ideology. Lieutenant Colonel Masao Inaba, who had been planning the homeland's defense on August 6th, found himself on August 15th listening to the Emperor call for surrender. In his diary, he wrote that it felt like the world had turned upside down. Everything he had believed, everything he had told his soldiers, had been proven false by 2 bombs. The Americans hadn't needed to invade. They could destroy Japan from the air, city by city, without losing a single soldier. This was the unique horror of atomic weapons that struck the Japanese so forcefully. Conventional bombing, however terrible, was still comprehensible as warfare. Soldiers dropped bombs. Other soldiers shot back. Civilians took shelter. But atomic bombs removed even the pretense of combat. They were not weapons of war, but instruments of annihilation. There was no defense, no counterattack, no honorable death in battle, just instant obliteration or slow death from radiation. The Japanese military's reaction split between those who accepted the new reality and those who couldn't. Admiral Toyota and General Umezu had argued even after Nagasaki that Japan should continue fighting. They believed the Americans had exhausted their atomic arsenal, and that conventional defense could still exact a terrible price. They were wrong about the arsenal, though right that the Americans had no more bombs immediately ready. A third would have been available by August 19th. For the scientists who had worked on Japan's own atomic program, the bombs brought a different kind of shock. Dr. Nishina flew to Hiroshima to investigate and confirmed it had indeed been an atomic bomb. His calculations about American capabilities had been catastrophically wrong. The Americans had not only built atomic bombs, but had enough confidence in their supply to use 2 within 3 days. Japan's entire strategic assessment had been based on false assumptions. The psychological impact reached even Japanese forces overseas who hadn't experienced the bombs directly. In Manchuria, soldiers who had been preparing to fight to the death against the Soviets suddenly received orders to surrender. Many couldn't believe it. Some units initially refused, certain the orders were American propaganda. It took personal representatives from the emperor to convince overseas commanders that surrender was real. The atomic bombs also shattered Japanese assumptions about American psychology. They had believed Americans were too soft, too attached to material comfort to match Japanese warrior spirit. The ruthlessness of atomic bombing proved otherwise. The Americans had been willing to vaporize entire cities of civilians. This wasn't the behavior of a soft enemy, but of one capable of unlimited destruction. Japanese civilians experienced a kind of collective dissociation. Everything they had been told by their government for years had been proven false in days. They had been told Japan was winning while cities burned. They had been told 100 million would die together while leaders negotiated surrender. They had been told the emperor was divine while he admitted defeat on the radio. The revelation about atomic weapons merged with other shocks. Returning soldiers told of American material abundance they had been ordered to keep secret. Prisoners of war came back describing American camps, where they ate better than Japanese civilians. The atomic bombs became part of a broader narrative of deception and defeat. For the Hibakusha, the psychological trauma was unique and lasting. Unlike other war survivors, who could at least understand what had happened to them, atomic bomb survivors faced something unprecedented. They suffered from what psychiatrists would later term atomic bomb neurosis, a combination of survivor guilt, health anxiety, and social stigma that persisted for decades. Children who survived carried particular psychological scars. 8-year-old Sadako Sasaki seemed healthy after the Hiroshima bombing, but developed leukemia 9 years later. Her attempt to fold 1,000 paper cranes before dying became a symbol of the bomb's long reach. Children who lost entire families became atomic orphans, growing up with a special hatred for the adults who had led Japan to war. The Japanese government's response to the psychological crisis was suppression. During the occupation, American censors prohibited detailed reporting about the bomb's effects. Japanese officials, once independence was restored, preferred to focus on reconstruction rather than dwelling on atomic trauma. The Hibakusha's testimonies were marginalized, their suffering treated as an embarrassment to Japan's economic miracle. This enforced silence created its own psychological damage. Survivors couldn't properly process their trauma. The Japanese public couldn't fully understand what had happened. It wasn't until decades later that the full psychological impact of the atomic bombs began to be acknowledged and studied. Yet from this psychological devastation came an unexpected transformation. Japan's complete defeat and the shock of atomic weapons created space for radical change. The same population that had been preparing for suicidal resistance embraced pacifism. The military that had dominated Japanese society for decades was disbanded. The emperor became a symbolic figure, touring factories and schools. Psychologist Robert Lifton, studying Hibakusha decades later, found that many had transformed their trauma into a mission for peace. They became living witnesses to atomic horror, traveling the world to testify about what nuclear weapons really meant. Their psychological wounds became a warning to humanity. The atomic bomb's psychological impact extended beyond Japan. For the first time in history, humans possessed the power to destroy civilization. The Japanese experience became a global trauma, a preview of what nuclear war meant. The images of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the testimonies of survivors, the shadows burned into walls, entered humanity's collective nightmare. Japanese culture processed the atomic trauma through art, literature, and film. Godzilla, emerging from the sea as a radioactive monster, embodied atomic anxiety. Manga and anime explored themes of apocalyptic destruction and rebirth. The bombs became a rupture in Japanese history, dividing everything into before and after. The speed of transformation was what made it so psychologically devastating. Other nations had suffered defeat in World War II. France had fallen in 6 weeks, but that was still a conventional military campaign with battles, retreats, and negotiations. The atomic bombs compressed total defeat into milliseconds. There was no process of coming to terms with loss, no gradual realization of defeat. One moment, Japan was preparing for the final battle. The next moment, 2 cities had vanished, and the emperor was surrendering. Modern Japan carries this psychological inheritance. The economic miracle, the commitment to peace, the complicated relationship with nuclear power, all stem partly from those 72 hours in August 1945 when atomic fire revealed the limits of human certainty and the terrible potential of human knowledge. For the survivors who still tell their stories, the psychological impact remains immediate. They don't speak of strategy or politics, but of the moment when the world changed, when a flash brighter than the sun taught them that everything they knew was wrong, and that humanity had crossed a threshold from which there was no return. The atomic bombs ended World War II, but their psychological explosion continues to reverberate. They didn't just shock Japan into surrender. They shocked humanity into the atomic age, where the power to create and destroy had reached divine proportions, wielded by mortal hands. The Japanese were simply the first to experience this new reality, transformed from warriors to witnesses in the time it took uranium atoms to split. The Japanese phrase shikata jie nai, meaning it cannot be helped, became the expression of atomic age acceptance. But beneath this resignation lay deeper currents. The shock of the atomic bombs had taught Japan that the unthinkable was possible, that tomorrow could bring weapons beyond imagination, that no belief system could stand against the fundamental forces of the universe. This is perhaps the atomic bomb's most lasting impact on Japan. Not the physical destruction, which was rebuilt, not even the radiation deaths, which eventually ended, but the psychological shattering of certainty. In 72 hours, the Japanese learned that their leaders could be wrong, their god emperor was mortal, their spirit couldn't overcome science, and their nation could be erased. It was knowledge that, once gained, could never be unlearned. The day fear was born. Holtzwihr, France. January 26, 1945. Through the frosted window of a German field hospital, a medic from the 2nd Mountain Division watched as stretcher after stretcher brought in the wounded. His unit had launched an assault just hours earlier. 250 soldiers supported by 6 tanks, advancing against what intelligence had identified as a weakened American defensive position. The objective: eliminate a single American lieutenant manning a burning tank destroyer. That lieutenant had possessed one weapon: a machine gun. 60 minutes later, the German assault force had been reduced to 70 combat-effective soldiers. Those who survived spoke of nothing else. The weapon that had shattered their attack, cut down their comrades, and turned their advance into a desperate retreat. This was no experimental superweapon, no cutting-edge technology born in secret laboratories. The device that had decimated an entire German company was a straightforward American heavy machine gun, first produced in 1933. Yet this weapon, the Browning M2.50 caliber, would become synonymous with terror among German forces. Its power lay not in complexity, but in devastating, unrelenting efficiency. The German survivors had witnessed what historians would record as one of America's most legendary combat actions. First Lieutenant Audie Murphy, bleeding and isolated, had climbed onto that burning M10 tank destroyer and seized control of its turret-mounted .50 caliber machine gun. For over an hour, Murphy directed such catastrophic fire upon the advancing German infantry company and their armored support that the entire assault simply disintegrated. The official Medal of Honor citation, presented by Lieutenant General Alexander Patch on June 2, 1945, confirmed that Murphy had inflicted approximately 50 casualties on the attacking force. But the numbers told only part of the story. German medical personnel quickly became familiar with the wounds caused by .50 caliber impacts. Unlike standard rifle rounds that might injure and allow for recovery, .50 caliber projectiles caused catastrophic damage to human tissue. The massive kinetic energy transfer meant that extremity hits frequently necessitated amputation. Torso impacts were almost invariably fatal. Field hospitals near the front lines learned to identify .50 caliber casualties by the nature of their injuries. Medical staff could do little beyond providing comfort and attempting to stabilize patients for evacuation to rear facilities. Many of the wounded never survived the journey to those field hospitals. The medical consequences extended beyond direct physical casualties. German units subjected to sustained .50 caliber fire experienced psychological trauma, combat exhaustion, and unit cohesion breakdown at rates substantially higher than units facing conventional small arms fire. Medical officers documented that soldiers who had endured repeated .50 caliber attacks, even when not physically wounded, exhibited severe stress symptoms and combat fatigue. The knowledge that survival under fire depended on luck rather than skill, that taking cover might prove meaningless against such overwhelming firepower, created a psychological helplessness that proved medically and militarily significant. Soldiers felt vulnerable regardless of their training or tactical position. But the Holzwehr engagement represented merely one incident in a broader pattern. From Normandy's hedgerow country to the Ardennes frozen forests, from North African deserts to the skies above Germany itself, German soldiers learned to recognize and fear a particular sound: the deep, rhythmic thunder of the M2 Browning, cycling between 450 and 575 rounds per minute. Each massive .50 caliber round carried sufficient energy to penetrate light armor, tear through concrete walls, and reduce human bodies to unrecognizable remains. The transformation from skepticism to terror had begun 3 years prior. The mathematics of American industrial might were about to be written not in production statistics, but in the lived experience of German soldiers who encountered this weapon and survived to describe it. What they discovered would fundamentally alter their understanding of modern warfare and reveal a profound truth about American military doctrine. The United States had not created the most sophisticated heavy machine gun. They had built something far more dangerous, the most reliable, most ubiquitous, and most psychologically devastating crew-served weapon in military history. The hatred did not begin with fear. It began with contempt. September 6, 1943. The skies over Stuttgart. 388 B-17 flying fortresses approached Germany's industrial heartland in the first major daylight raid on the city. Luftwaffe fighter units scrambled to intercept. Among them were veterans who had shot down dozens of Allied aircraft over 2 years of aerial combat. They possessed confidence in their Focke-Wulf 190 aircraft, each mounting 4 20mm cannons and 2 13mm machine guns. The German pilots rolled into their attack runs from high and ahead, standard doctrine for intercepting American heavy bombers. At 800 meters, they opened fire. Cannons thundered. Shells streaked toward the lead bombers. Then something occurred that would permanently change German understanding of air combat. The bombers erupted with defensive fire. Not the smoke of damaged aircraft, but concentrated muzzle flashes. Each B-17 carried 13 Browning M2 machine guns. A typical formation of 36 bombers meant 468 heavy machine guns, all firing the same .50 caliber Browning machine gun cartridge capable of delivering lethal effect out to 1,830 meters. The combined defensive firepower of the formation exceeded 6,000 rounds per minute, creating a steel barrier that no fighter could safely penetrate. German fighters shuddered as .50 caliber rounds tore into wings, engine cowlings, and canopies. They broke off attacks, diving away with aircraft trailing smoke and hydraulic fluid. The raid cost the Luftwaffe heavily. 45 B-17s were lost, but German fighter losses proved catastrophic for units that could no longer replace experienced pilots. The Steel Storm. What the German pilots had not yet grasped was that they were encountering not merely a weapon, but a complete philosophy of warfare. The Americans had solved bomber defense not through technological sophistication, but through overwhelming volume of fire. Each B-17G carried between 5,000 and 7,000 rounds of .50 caliber ammunition distributed across 13 gun positions, with some crews adding extra ammunition beyond official regulations. Luftwaffe pilots had been trained to respect 20mm and 30mm cannons because those weapons could destroy a bomber with a single well-placed shot. They had learned to fear explosive rounds that detonated on contact. But the American .50 caliber did not explode. It did not need to. The massive half-inch diameter projectile, weighing 707 grains, traveling at 2,900 feet per second, carrying 12,000 foot-pounds of muzzle energy, simply punched holes in everything it encountered: wings, engines, fuel tanks, pilots. By October 1943, Luftwaffe fighter units had begun to comprehend the true danger. Oberleutnant Heinrich Wormhöhle, an ace with 93 victories, described the American bomber formations in correspondence to his family. To attack the Americans is to fly through a storm of steel. You see the tracers 1 round in 5. And you know that for every tracer you see, for more bullets you cannot see are flying past. When you close to effective cannon range, you are already inside their killing zone. The Germans adapted their tactics. They attempted head-on attacks, diving from above, climbing from below, attacking from the sides. Nothing worked consistently. The American gunners had established overlapping fields of fire. Approach from ahead. The nose guns and top turret engaged. From behind, the tail guns and ball turret. From the sides, the waist guns. From above or below, the ball turret and top turret. There was no safe approach vector. The United States Army Air Forces had arranged their combat box formations of 18 to 21 aircraft in three-dimensional space, specifically to maximize overlapping fields of defensive fire. But the real horror was not the volume of fire. It was the reliability. German pilots flying the Bf-109 or FW-190 knew that their cannons were prone to jamming, especially in cold air at high altitude. The German MG-130 113mm machine gun performed better, but still required careful maintenance, and would fail at critical moments. The American Browning M2, by contrast, simply functioned. It fired continuously for hours. It operated in temperatures ranging from -40 degrees Celsius to +40 degrees Celsius. It continued functioning after being struck by German cannon fire. It kept shooting even when barrels glowed red from sustained fire. American maintenance crews replaced overheated barrels in minutes, not hours, and the gun resumed firing without missing a beat. Lieutenant Wolfgang Fischer, a JG-88 pilot who flew bomber intercept missions over the Reich and survived the war, provided testimony at post-war Luftwaffe debriefings. His words, recorded in March 1946, captured the growing realization among German aircrews. We called the American bomber formations Die Fliegenden Festungen, the flying fortresses. But what made them true fortresses was not their armor or their formation discipline. It was those .50 caliber machine guns that never stopped firing, never jammed, never gave us an opening. We lost so many pilots, not to American fighters, but to bomber defensive fire. It was like flying into a meat grinder. The ground war told the same story, with different details. June 6, 1944. Normandy. Oberst Hans von Luck commanded elements of the 21st Panzer Division defending against the Allied invasion. Von Luck was no ordinary officer. He had fought at El Alamein, earned the Knight's Cross, and would later publish his acclaimed memoir, Panzer Commander. His division was among the first German units to encounter American forces in sustained ground combat. What von Luck discovered was that American doctrine had placed a .50 caliber machine gun on virtually every combat vehicle. Jeeps mounted them, trucks mounted them, half-tracks mounted them, tanks mounted them on turret roofs. Tank destroyers mounted them. Even supply vehicles carried them for convoy protection. The Americans had achieved something the Germans had never attempted: universal heavy machine gun coverage across their entire force structure. Von Luck wrote in his memoir about the tactical implications. We had been told our training and our tactical doctrine would overcome American material advantage. At Normandy, I learned the truth. The Americans did not need superior tactics. They had enough ammunition to make mistakes and still win. Their .50 caliber machine guns were on every vehicle, every position, firing continuously. We could not move in daylight. Any attempt to maneuver drew immediate and overwhelming fire. The psychological effect proved as destructive as the physical casualties. The German army had built its infantry doctrine around the machine gun. The MG-34 and its successor, the MG-42, were excellent weapons. The MG-42 fired at 1,200 rounds per minute, earning the nickname Hitler's buzzsaw from Allied soldiers who heard its distinctive sound. German squads carried 1,800 rounds per machine gun and organized their tactics around supporting the gun crew. The concept, called Einheitsmaschinengewehr or general-purpose machine gun, would later be adopted by NATO forces because it was tactically sound. But the Germans had never imagined the scale of American .50 caliber employment. Reconnaissance by fire. A single American armored division advancing through France would have hundreds of .50 caliber machine guns mounted on vehicles. American supply convoys employed a documented pattern of alternating fire, one vehicle shooting right, the next shooting left, to cover both flanks and disrupt German ambushes. This tactic proved specifically effective against Panzerfaust teams attempting to engage American armor at close range. American armored columns employed what they termed reconnaissance by fire. Rather than carefully advancing and waiting for the enemy to reveal positions, American units would fire their .50 caliber machine guns continuously into any suspicious location: tree lines, farm buildings, stone walls, hedgerows. The volume of fire would either suppress hidden German positions or provoke return fire that revealed their locations. This tactic, documented extensively in primary sources including tank tactics from Normandy to Lorraine by Roman Jaramowics, drove German soldiers to distraction. German infantry veterans of the Eastern Front thought they had experienced the worst of industrial warfare against the Soviets. Then they encountered American firepower doctrine in France. German squad leaders who survived the fighting in Normandy and were taken prisoner described the difference in their debriefings, preserved in United States Army Historical Division files. Against the Russians, we faced human wave attacks and artillery barrages. Against the Americans, we faced machine gun fire that never stopped. They fired at everything. They fired at nothing. They fired to make us keep our heads down. They fired to prevent us from moving. They fired because they had unlimited ammunition and we did not. After 2 weeks fighting the Americans in the bocage, soldiers would not leave cover during daylight. It was not cowardice. It was mathematics. Movement meant death. The M16 multiple gun motor carriage demonstrated American firepower philosophy at its most extreme. This was a half-track mounting 4.50 caliber machine guns in a powered turret, originally designed for anti-aircraft defense. The combined rate of fire approached 2,200 rounds per minute. American soldiers called it the meat chopper or the kraut mower. Official reports from the 473rd AAA Battalion in November 1944 stated that the primary mission of the M16 half-track anti-aircraft often became its secondary mission as it was used instead against ground troops. By late 1944, the Luftwaffe had been largely defeated over Western Europe. American anti-aircraft units found themselves repurposed for ground support operations. The M16 proved devastatingly effective against German infantry and light vehicles. During the Battle of the Bulge, when German forces made their last major offensive in the West from December 16, 1944 to January 25, 1945, M16 units were credited with breaking up numerous German infantry attacks simply by traversing their 4-gun mounts across attacking formations. The experience of German forces attempting to ambush American supply convoys illustrates why the .50 caliber became so hated. German doctrine for convoy ambush called for allowing lead vehicles to pass, then destroying vehicles in the middle of the column to create a roadblock, then systematically destroying the trapped convoy. This tactic had worked effectively against British and Soviet supply lines earlier in the war. Against American convoys, the tactic failed catastrophically. American convoy doctrine placed .50 caliber armed vehicles at intervals throughout the column. When an ambush was initiated, American vehicles would immediately return fire with their .50 calibers, while other vehicles maneuvered to flank the ambush position. The volume of return fire was so intense that German ambush teams frequently suffered heavier casualties than the convoys they attacked. German platoon leaders who participated in convoy ambushes during the fighting in France described the evolution of German tactics and their ultimate failure in post-war interrogations. In early ambushes, German forces positioned infantry with machine guns and Panzerfäusts along roads. American convoys had vehicles equipped with .50 caliber machine guns distributed throughout. The volume of return fire from the convoys was devastating. German units learned to only ambush isolated vehicles, never convoys. But isolated vehicles were rare. The Americans moved in strength precisely because they knew German forces could not effectively attack their convoys. The pattern of alternating fire that American convoys employed was particularly effective. Vehicles on the right side of the road would fire into the right flank. Vehicles on the left would fire left. This created intersecting fields of fire that covered both sides of the road simultaneously. German forces attempting to ambush from one side would find themselves under fire not only from that side of the convoy, but from the opposite side as well. The psychological effect of being under fire from multiple directions by weapons that could penetrate cover and had seemingly unlimited ammunition made successful ambushes nearly impossible. American logistics units understood that the .50 caliber machine gun was their primary defense. Drivers and assistant drivers received training on weapons. Ammunition was loaded in quantities far exceeding official allocations. Convoy commanders were authorized to engage any suspected threat with immediate and overwhelming fire. The result was that German forces, by mid to late 1944, had largely given up attempting to interdict American supply lines in areas where American forces had air superiority and sufficient ground combat power to respond to attacks. This had strategic implications beyond the immediate tactical situation. German forces in France and later in Germany itself could not effectively interrupt American logistics. American units could count on regular resupply of ammunition, fuel, food, and equipment. This meant American tactical planning could assume that firepower would be available when needed. Thunder from above. German planning, by contrast, had to account for chronic ammunition shortages, fuel shortages, and the certainty that whatever supplies did arrive would arrive late and in insufficient quantities. The .50 caliber machine gun was both a cause and a symptom of American logistical superiority. It was effective because American industry could produce ammunition in vast quantities. It enabled continued operations because its reliability meant that ammunition once delivered would be effectively employed. German soldiers watching American tracer fire arc across the battlefield at night understood they were seeing not just ammunition expenditure, but visible proof of an industrial capacity they could not match. The terror from the air added another dimension to German fear of the .50 caliber. The Republic P-47 Thunderbolt, which American pilots nicknamed the Jug, carried 8 Browning M2 machine guns in its wings. This meant a single fighter could deliver 4,400 rounds per minute of combined firepower during strafing runs. German ground forces learned to recognize the distinctive shape of the P-47 and the sound that preceded death. A strafing run by a flight of 4 P-47s meant 32.50 caliber machine guns converging on a target area. The aircraft would approach at high speed and low altitude, often with minimal warning. Pilots would open fire at ranges of 600 to 800 meters and walk their fire across German positions, vehicles, and troop concentrations. The effect was described by survivors as a horizontal rainstorm of metal that left nothing intact. German supply sergeants who survived multiple strafing attacks during the retreat from Normandy in August 1944 described the helplessness German ground troops felt against American air power in their interrogations. You hear the engines first. By the time you look up, they are already firing. The bullets hit the road, the vehicles, the men all at once. There is no cover that works. Stone walls crumble. Trees are cut down. Metal tears like paper. You can be behind a truck one moment and the truck is gone the next, just pieces of metal and fire. Soldiers learned to abandon vehicles the moment they heard aircraft engines. Better to lose the vehicle than the vehicle and the crew. The P-47 proved particularly effective in what American pilots called armed reconnaissance missions. Rather than targeting specific objectives, flights would patrol assigned sectors, looking for targets of opportunity. Any German vehicle moving during daylight risked attack. Any troop column. Any supply convoy. Any artillery position. The 8.50 caliber machine guns gave pilots enough ammunition to engage multiple targets during a single sortie. A pilot might strafe a convoy, climb to altitude, spot a German tank platoon, dive to attack them, then strafe a crossroads on the return flight. The ammunition capacity, approximately 425 rounds per gun, meaning 3,400 rounds total, allowed for sustained combat. German forces adapted by moving primarily at night and in bad weather. But this adaptation came at enormous cost to operational tempo and logistics. Supplies that should have taken hours to move required days. Reinforcements arrived late or not at all. The Luftwaffe's inability to contest American air superiority by mid-1944 meant that German ground forces operated under constant threat of air attack. And the primary weapon delivering that threat was the .50 caliber machine gun. The combination of ground-mounted and air-delivered .50 caliber fire created a comprehensive suppression effect. German units could not move safely in daylight because of strafing attacks. They could not move safely at night because American ground forces used reconnaissance by fire with vehicle-mounted .50 calibers to interdict roads and trails. They could not concentrate forces for counterattacks because American doctrine called for immediate engagement of any identified German formation with all available firepower, including .50 caliber machine guns that could fire continuously while other weapons were being brought to bear. This was the reality that broke German combat effectiveness in the West. Not a single decisive battle, not a wonder weapon, but the cumulative weight of facing an opponent whose basic heavy machine gun was present in such overwhelming quantities and employed so lavishly that traditional military responses became irrelevant. German tactical doctrine, German training, German fighting spirit. None of these factors could overcome the simple mathematical reality that American forces could deliver superior firepower to any point on the battlefield faster than German forces could respond. A German infantry battalion attacking an American position might face 50 to 100.50 caliber machine guns, all firing continuously, all supplied with thousands of rounds of ammunition. German doctrine called for careful fire discipline to conserve ammunition. American doctrine called for overwhelming volumes of fire to suppress the enemy and maintain initiative. When these two philosophies collided, American material superiority proved decisive. Urban combat revealed another dimension of .50 caliber effectiveness. As American forces fought through French towns and German cities, the .50 caliber proved invaluable for suppressing enemy positions in buildings and for destroying fortified structures. The massive projectile could penetrate multiple walls of typical European construction. Masonry that would stop rifle fire and machine gun fire offered little protection against .50 caliber rounds. American tank commanders quickly learned to use their turret-mounted .50 calibers to suppress upper-story windows and rooftop positions before moving through urban areas. The technique was simple but devastatingly effective. A tank would halt at a street corner, and the commander would traverse the .50 caliber across building facades, firing continuously at any potential position. Breaking the will. The sustained fire would force German defenders to take cover, allowing infantry to advance. The tank would then move forward and repeat the process at the next intersection. German Panzerfaust teams, which were highly effective in open terrain and particularly dangerous in urban environments where they could engage armor at close range, found themselves unable to function effectively against American combined arms tactics that integrated .50 caliber suppressive fire. A Panzerfaust operator needed to expose himself to aim and fire his weapon. American doctrine called for continuous .50 caliber fire on any suspected position. The combination made successful Panzerfaust attacks rare in situations where American forces employed proper combined arms coordination. German company commanders who fought American forces in the Rhineland during the final months of the war described the impossibility of effective defense in urban terrain against American tactics in their post-war accounts. German infantry would position in upper-story rooms with good fields of fire. American tanks would approach and destroy the buildings with .50 caliber fire and tank main guns. The .50 caliber rounds would penetrate walls and ceilings. There was no safe place. Soldiers would take cover behind furniture or interior walls, and the bullets would find them anyway. The only way to survive was to abandon positions before the Americans concentrated fire on them. But abandoning positions meant losing ground, and there was no ground left to lose. The psychological impact of fighting in urban terrain against an enemy with unlimited .50 caliber ammunition was profound. German soldiers understood intellectually that walls and buildings provided concealment, but not cover against .50 caliber fire. Emotionally, the human need to seek shelter behind solid objects was overwhelming. Watching .50 caliber rounds punch through meter-thick stone walls and continue through multiple rooms destroyed the psychological comfort that shelter normally provided. Soldiers felt exposed even when hidden, vulnerable even when protected by what would normally be adequate cover. This psychological erosion was cumulative. A soldier might survive one engagement, then another, but each time watching .50 caliber fire destroy what should have been safe cover. Eventually, the accumulated stress of knowing that no position was truly safe, that the Americans could and would destroy any defensive position with sustained fire, broke combat effectiveness. Units would abandon positions without being directly assaulted because they knew American firepower would eventually make those positions untenable. The final campaigns in Germany demonstrated the complete superiority of American firepower doctrine. German forces fought with courage and skill, often achieving local tactical successes against numerically superior American forces. But tactical success meant nothing when American forces could simply mass firepower and reduce German positions to rubble. The .50 caliber machine gun was the foundation of this firepower. It was present in sufficient quantities to engage any target. It was reliable enough to fire continuously for hours. It was supplied with sufficient ammunition that American commanders never needed to ration fire. And it was employed according to doctrine that valued suppression and destruction over conservation and precision. German tank crews learned to fear the .50 caliber for different reasons. While the M2 could not penetrate the frontal armor of German medium and heavy tanks, it could damage optical equipment, disable external stowage, and suppress accompanying infantry. More importantly, the .50 caliber could penetrate the thinner side and rear armor of many German armored vehicles at combat ranges. American M10 tank destroyers carried a .50 caliber M2HB machine gun mounted on the rear of the turret for anti-aircraft defense and close infantry protection. Statistical analysis of ammunition expenditure shows that M10s fired far more high-explosive shells than armor-piercing rounds, indicating extensive use in infantry support roles, where the .50 caliber proved critical for what crews called cleanup operations in close quarters. A German Panzerfaust team might disable an American tank, only to be cut down by .50 caliber fire from accompanying tank destroyers or infantry support vehicles before they could escape. Night combat introduced yet another terror associated with a .50 caliber. American ammunition used a ratio of 1 tracer round to every 4 ball rounds. This meant that every fifth .50 caliber bullet visible to the enemy was a glowing tracer that marked the trajectory of the burst. German soldiers watching American .50 caliber fire at night could see the tracers arcing toward them, streaks of light that seemed to move slowly enough to track visually, but that arrived with devastating speed and force. The psychological effect was profound. Soldiers could see death approaching. They could watch the tracers converge on their position. They knew that for every tracer they saw, 4 additional rounds were flying along the same path. The human instinct to duck or dodge was useless because by the time a soldier saw the tracer, the rounds had already arrived. Veterans learned not to watch the tracers, but new replacements would fixate on them, mesmerized by the deadly light show, often freezing in the open until the fire found them. American forces exploited this psychological effect deliberately. Reconnaissance by fire at night meant sending streams of tracer-laden .50 caliber fire across suspected positions. The visual effect was overwhelming. Entire sectors would light up with intersecting streams of tracers. The noise of the firing combined with the visual impact created an environment that German soldiers described as hellish. Mathematics of terror. German infantry squad leaders captured near Aachen in October 1944 described the experience in their interrogations. At night, you can see them shooting even when they cannot see you. They fire at sounds, at movement, at nothing. The tracers show you where death is coming from, and you cannot escape it. You watch the streams of fire and know that behind every tracer are 4 more bullets. You calculate that one gun firing for 10 seconds sends 50 rounds toward you, and only 10 are tracers. You see 10 streaks of light, and know 40 more rounds are in the air. Then you realize there are not 1 but 5 or 10 guns firing. The mathematics of it are terrifying. You cannot survive that volume of fire by skill or courage. You survive by luck alone. The Germans had their own tracer ammunition, but their doctrine of fire discipline meant tracers were used sparingly. A German machine gun crew might fire a burst with tracers to verify their aiming point, then switch to ball ammunition to conserve the more expensive tracer rounds. American crews fired mixed belts continuously. The visual effect of American firepower at night was therefore vastly more impressive than the German equivalent, even when German weapons had higher rates of fire. This visual dominance had practical effects beyond intimidation. American commanders could observe their own fire and adjust it in real time. If tracers were falling short of a target, the gunner could see this and correct immediately. German return fire was harder to observe because they fired fewer tracers. American units, therefore, had better real-time feedback on the effectiveness of their fire, allowing them to adjust and concentrate fire more effectively than German forces could manage with their more conservative use of tracer ammunition. The Germans tried to develop countermeasures. They attempted to use armor more aggressively to close with American positions before the .50 caliber fire became overwhelming. This rarely worked because American artillery and air support would engage German armor at longer ranges, forcing the Germans to fight at exactly the distances where .50 caliber fire was most effective. They tried infiltration tactics, moving at night and in bad weather when American observation was limited. But American logistics meant that .50 caliber ammunition was always available, and American doctrine encouraged firing at any suspected position regardless of whether targets were confirmed. July 25, 1944. Operation Cobra. The American breakout from Normandy began with 3,300 tons of bombs dropped by 1,800 heavy bombers on German positions near St. Lo. General Major Fritz Bayerlein commanded the Panzer Lehr Division, one of the elite German formations defending the sector. After the war, Bayerlein wrote extensive manuscripts for the United States Army Historical Division, analyzing the campaign. His assessment of American firepower was clinical and devastating. He wrote that by the time his division retreated from the St. Lo sector, it had been decimated not primarily by bombing or artillery, though those were significant factors, but by the cumulative effect of constant small arms fire that prevented his forces from maneuvering effectively. American .50 caliber machine guns mounted on every vehicle meant that his troops could not move to respond to American advances without being engaged immediately. His conclusion was that Americans had solved the fundamental problem of modern warfare. They had found a way to project superior firepower without requiring superior training or tactics. Bayerlein, promoted to General Lieutenant on July 20, 1944, participated in the Battle of the Bulge and finally surrendered in April 1945. His post-war writings would become major sources for understanding German perspectives on American combat methods. He noted repeatedly that the .50 caliber machine gun, operated by soldiers with minimal specialized training and supplied with vast quantities of ammunition, created a baseline of firepower that German forces could not match with their more sophisticated weapons and better trained crews. The winter of 1944 brought the Battle of the Bulge, Germany's last major offensive in the West. German forces achieved complete tactical surprise and initial success. For the first few days, it appeared possible that German armor might break through to the Meuse River and split the Allied armies. Then American logistics reasserted itself, and with it the .50 caliber machine gun. American units rushed to the Ardennes, carried their standard load of ammunition and equipment. This meant that even ad hoc defensive positions could bring devastating volumes of .50 caliber fire to bear on German attacks. The battle devolved into exactly the kind of grinding attrition fight that favored American material superiority. At Bastogne, surrounded American forces used their .50 caliber machine guns to devastating effect against German infantry attacks. The guns operated reliably despite temperatures well below freezing, mud, snow, and the general chaos of sustained combat. German forces made one critical error in their planning for the Bulge offensive. They assumed that bad weather would ground American air power and reduce the effectiveness of American fire superiority. They were half right. Weather did initially limit air operations, but German planners had not accounted for the fact that ground-mounted .50 caliber machine guns were unaffected by weather, and that American logistics could sustain ammunition expenditure at rates the Germans found incomprehensible. General der Volkssturmtruppe Alfred Schlemm commanded the 1st Parachute Army from November 1944 to March 1945, when he was wounded during Operation Veritable, the Canadian First Army's assault across the Rhine. Engineering dominance. Schlemm had the unenviable task of defending against Allied offensives with increasingly limited resources and declining troop quality. His post-war analysis, like Bayerlein's, focused on the cumulative psychological impact of American firepower. Schlemm noted that by early 1945, German soldiers had learned to recognize the sound of American .50 caliber fire at great distances. The knowledge that any position could be engaged by these weapons, that any movement could draw immediate fire, and that German forces had no effective counter, created what he called a defensive mentality that made offensive operations nearly impossible. His forces successfully evacuated across the Rhine before the final Allied push, but he attributed his casualties primarily to the constant attrition caused by American heavy machine gun fire during the retreat. The technical specifications of the M2 Browning help explain its effectiveness. The weapon weighed 84 pounds without a tripod, 128 pounds with the M3 tripod mount. This made it heavy, but not impossibly so for a crew-served weapon. The effective range of 1,830 meters meant it could engage targets well beyond the range of German rifles and light machine guns. The rate of fire, between 450 and 575 rounds per minute, was slower than the German MG-42, but faster fire rates meant nothing when German crews had limited ammunition. The .50 caliber Browning machine gun cartridge fired by the M2 carried specifications that made it effective against a wide range of targets. The standard M33 ball round achieved a muzzle velocity of 2,910 feet per second. Armor-piercing variants could penetrate 19 millimeters of armor at 500 meters. The M8 API armor-piercing incendiary round penetrated 16 millimeters at 500 meters and would ignite fuel or ammunition upon penetration. The M20 APIT variant with its tracer element penetrated 21 millimeters at the same range. This meant that while the .50 caliber could not defeat the frontal armor of a Tiger or Panther tank, it could penetrate the armor of half-tracks, armored cars, and the side and rear armor of many German armored vehicles. More importantly, it could destroy truck engines, puncture fuel tanks, disable artillery pieces, and suppress infantry at ranges where return fire was ineffective. The M2's reliability stemmed from its design. John Browning had begun development in July 1917 during the First World War. The M1921 water-cooled .50 caliber machine gun, weighing 121 pounds with its water jacket, entered service, but proved too heavy for mobile warfare. The M2 air-cooled version, adopted in 1933, eliminated the water cooling system and reduced weight while maintaining reliability. The basic operating principles of the weapon were simple, robust, and proven. American manufacturers, including AC Sparkplug, Frigidaire, Guide Lamp, and Colt, produced nearly 2 million .50 caliber machine guns of all models during the war years. Production of the M2HB, the heavy barrel version that could sustain longer periods of fire, reached approximately 350,000 units total across all services and theaters. This scale of production meant that American forces never lacked for replacement weapons or spare parts. The Germans understood intellectually what they faced. Their own weapons were, in many respects, more sophisticated. The MG-34 and MG-42 were better suited to the role of squad automatic weapon. The German 13mm MG-131 aircraft machine gun had a higher rate of fire at 900 rounds per minute. German 20mm and 30mm aircraft cannons were more destructive per hit than any machine gun. But sophistication meant nothing in the face of overwhelming material superiority. The Americans had built a weapon that was good enough for every role it needed to fill, and had produced it in quantities that allowed universal employment. Every American bomber carried 13 M2s. Every fighter like the P-47 Thunderbolt carried 8 M2s. Every American combat vehicle carried at least one. American infantry companies had organic .50 caliber heavy machine gun sections. American anti-aircraft units could repurpose their M16 quad mounts for ground combat. The weapon was everywhere, always available, always supplied with ample ammunition, and it worked every time it was needed. The psychological impact on German forces was cumulative and devastating. Individual soldiers might survive encounters with .50 caliber fire. Units might successfully complete tactical missions despite American firepower superiority. But over weeks and months of combat, The constant knowledge that the Americans could bring overwhelming fire to bear on any target at any time with weapons that functioned reliably in all conditions wore down German combat effectiveness, as surely as casualties and equipment losses. This was not cowardice on the part of German soldiers. These were veteran troops who had fought across Europe and North Africa. Many had faced Soviet attacks on the Eastern Front. But there was something uniquely demoralizing about the American approach to warfare. The Soviets might mass human waves and artillery. The British might demonstrate tactical excellence and coordination. The Americans simply deployed overwhelming material resources and fired until resistance collapsed. German officers found it increasingly difficult to motivate men to attack when they knew American .50 caliber fire would meet any advance. German infantry became reluctant to maneuver in daylight. German vehicles clustered in cover rather than advancing. Industrial superiority. The tactical initiative shifted permanently to the Americans, not because of superior tactics or better training, but because American doctrine, built on unlimited ammunition and reliable weapons, made German doctrine obsolete. The hatred German soldiers expressed for the .50 caliber was the resentment of craftsmen facing mass production, of skilled warriors facing industrial warfare. The .50 caliber represented everything about American warfare that the Germans found alien: the casual expenditure of ammunition, the reliance on material superiority rather than superior skill, the willingness to destroy rather than to capture or bypass. These were not the methods of soldiers in the traditional European sense. These were the methods of an industrial power that had calculated that material expenditure was cheaper than casualties and more effective than tactical elegance. After the war, German military historians and former officers provided consistent assessments. The American .50 caliber machine gun was not the most sophisticated weapon of World War II. It was not the fastest firing or the most accurate or the lightest or the most versatile. It was simply the most effective because it combined reliability, ubiquity, and overwhelming logistical support. The weapon itself was only part of the equation. The system that produced it by the millions supplied it with billions of rounds of ammunition and employed it according to doctrine that accepted material expenditure as the price of victory. That system was what defeated Germany. The legacy of the M2 Browning can be measured in its continued service. 80 years after it entered production, the weapon remains in active use with the United States military and armed forces around the world. It has outlasted every weapon system that opposed it in World War II. It has served in every American conflict from World War II through the present day. This longevity reflects the fundamental soundness of the design and the effectiveness of the American military philosophy it embodies. The broader strategic implications became clear only in retrospect. German military planning had assumed that superior training and tactical excellence could offset American numerical advantages. This assumption proved catastrophically wrong. The .50 caliber machine gun demonstrated that adequate weapons produced in overwhelming quantities and supplied without restriction trumped sophisticated weapons produced in limited numbers and supplied sparingly. German tank commanders, who had defeated Soviet armor through superior tactics, found themselves unable to maneuver against American combined arms teams that included multiple .50 caliber machine guns. German infantry, who had mastered the tactical intricacies of the MG-42, found their expertise meaningless when American forces could simply saturate defensive positions with sustained .50 caliber fire. German pilots, who had honed their skills against the RAF, found themselves shredded by defensive fire from bomber formations that valued volume over precision. The lesson was universal and unforgiving. In industrial warfare, the side that can sustain higher material expenditure will prevail regardless of tactical skill disparities. The Germans had brought a craftsman's approach to a mass production war. They had optimized for efficiency when the situation demanded overwhelming force. They had conserved ammunition when their opponents could afford to expend it freely. What German soldiers learned through bitter experience was that modern industrial warfare rewards not tactical brilliance or superior training, but the capacity to sustain overwhelming material expenditure. The M2 Browning .50 caliber machine gun became the symbol and instrument of that lesson. German forces brought skill, doctrine, and determination to the battlefield. American forces brought an industrial system capable of producing and supplying heavy machine guns in quantities that made resistance mathematically futile. When those two approaches to warfare collided, the outcome was never truly in doubt. The transformation was complete. What had begun with contempt, German pilots dismissing American bomber defenses as inadequate, ended with terror. German soldiers on every front learned the same lesson. The Americans would not outfight them with superior tactics. They would not defeat them with better trained soldiers. They would simply bury them under a volume of firepower that no amount of skill or courage could overcome. The .50 caliber machine gun was not a wonder weapon. It was something more profound, proof that in modern warfare, industrial capacity matters more than martial tradition, that reliability matters more than sophistication, and that the ability to sustain material expenditure ultimately decides conflicts between industrial powers. German veterans carried this knowledge for the rest of their lives. In their memoirs, their debriefings, their private correspondence, they returned again and again to the same theme. The Americans had more of everything, and they were willing to use it all. The .50 caliber machine gun, present on every vehicle, every aircraft, every defensive position, symbolized an approach to warfare that the Germans had never anticipated and could not counter. They had prepared to fight a war of maneuver and skill. The Americans had brought a war of attrition and industry. The massive machine gun that fired continuously, that never jammed, that was supplied with seemingly unlimited ammunition, became the physical embodiment of American military philosophy. For German soldiers who survived the war, the sound of the M2 Browning, that deep, rhythmic thunder cycling between 450 and 575 rounds per minute, remained the soundtrack of their defeat. Not the sound of tactical excellence or technological superiority, but the sound of industrial might applied without restraint or hesitation. The final reckoning. The statistics tell part of the story. American forces expended billions of rounds of .50 caliber ammunition during World War II. Exact figures remain difficult to compile due to the scale of operations and incomplete records, but conservative estimates suggest that American forces fired more .50 caliber ammunition than all German small arms ammunition combined. This disparity was not accidental. It reflected fundamentally different philosophies of warfare. German doctrine emphasized fire discipline, conservation of resources, and reliance on superior training and tactics to achieve victory with limited material expenditure. American doctrine emphasized overwhelming firepower, aggressive use of all available resources, and acceptance that material expenditure was preferable to casualties. The .50 caliber machine gun was the perfect weapon for American doctrine. It was robust enough to withstand abuse. It was simple enough that minimally trained soldiers could operate it effectively. It was powerful enough to engage virtually any target on the battlefield. And American industry could produce it, and its ammunition, in quantities that made conservation unnecessary. German soldiers experienced this philosophy as a kind of warfare that violated their understanding of how battles should be fought. They had been trained to make every shot count, to conserve ammunition, to rely on skill and tactics. They encountered an enemy that fired continuously at suspected positions, that expended thousands of rounds to achieve what German doctrine suggested should require dozens, that valued suppression over precision. The psychological effect was profound. German soldiers felt they were not fighting other soldiers, but fighting an industrial process. The .50 caliber fire that swept across their positions felt impersonal, mechanical, inexorable. There was no opportunity for individual skill or courage to make a difference. Survival depended not on tactical excellence, but on avoiding being in the wrong place when the next burst arrived. This realization, that individual martial skill meant nothing against overwhelming material superiority, was deeply demoralizing for an army that prided itself on training, discipline, and tactical excellence. The experience of facing American .50 caliber fire created a particular form of combat stress. Unlike the immediate terror of artillery bombardment or the personal danger of close combat, .50 caliber fire created a constant, grinding pressure. German soldiers knew that at any moment, without warning, they could be engaged by weapons they could not effectively fight back against. They could not take comfort in cover, because .50 caliber rounds penetrated most cover. They could not rely on darkness, because American forces fired at night with tracer-laden belts that illuminated the battlefield. They could not wait for American ammunition to run low, because American logistics ensured ammunition was always available. The cumulative psychological effect of weeks or months under this pressure was a phenomenon German medical officers documented extensively. Soldiers who became reluctant to move, who froze when they should have advanced or retreated, who showed signs of what would later be recognized as post-traumatic stress disorder. The American military leadership understood what they had created. After-action reports and tactical assessments from 1944 and 1945 repeatedly emphasized the value of .50 caliber machine guns for suppressing enemy forces, maintaining initiative, and enabling maneuver by other units. American doctrine evolved to maximize the psychological and tactical effects of .50 caliber fire. Reconnaissance by fire became standard operating procedure. Suppressive fire at suspected positions became routine. The integration of .50 caliber machine guns into every aspect of American combined arms operations became a fundamental principle. This was not accidental or improvised. American military planners had studied the lessons of World War I and the Spanish Civil War. They understood that modern warfare required sustained firepower to suppress enemy forces and enable maneuver. They had designed their force structure around providing that firepower at every level from individual vehicles to entire divisions. The .50 caliber machine gun was central to this design. It provided sufficient firepower to suppress enemy positions without requiring the same logistical burden as artillery. It could be employed immediately without the planning and coordination required for air support. It gave individual commanders at company and platoon level the ability to bring devastating fire to bear on enemy positions without waiting for higher-level assets. German forces had no equivalent capability. Their heavy machine guns, the MG-34 and MG-42, were excellent weapons but were deployed at squad level and supplied with limited ammunition. Their organic fire support relied more heavily on mortars and artillery, which required time to position and coordinate. They lacked the universal heavy machine gun coverage that American forces achieved. This asymmetry in force structure meant that in any tactical engagement, American forces could bring more immediate firepower to bear. German forces might have local advantages in terrain, training, or equipment, but American forces could compensate with volume of fire from their ubiquitous .50 caliber machine guns. The final accounting of the M2 Browning's impact on World War II cannot be measured purely in casualties inflicted or tactical victories achieved. The weapon's true significance lies in how it exemplified and enabled American military effectiveness. It was reliable when reliability mattered most. It was available when and where it was needed. It was supplied with sufficient ammunition to be employed without restriction. It was simple enough that American forces could maintain and operate it under combat conditions. And it was effective enough to fulfill every role required of a heavy machine gun. German forces learned to fear the .50 caliber not because it was superior to every other weapon, but because it represented a complete system of warfare they could not match. The weapon, the industrial capacity to produce it, the logistical capability to supply it, the doctrine to employ it effectively, and the will to expend resources without hesitation. All these factors combined to create an advantage that German tactical skill and fighting spirit could not overcome. In the end, the M2 Browning .50 caliber machine gun achieved something rare in military history. It became so effective, so ubiquitous, and so reliable that it fundamentally shaped how its opponents fought. German forces altered their tactics, their movements, their operational planning, all in response to this single weapon system. That a machine gun designed in the 1920s and produced in vast quantities could achieve this level of strategic impact speaks to both the soundness of its design and the effectiveness of the military philosophy it represented. The Americans had not built the best heavy machine gun. They had built a good enough heavy machine gun and deployed it in such quantities, supplied it so reliably, and employed it so aggressively that it became one of the most feared weapons of World War II. For the German soldiers who faced it, the M2 Browning became synonymous with American military power. Overwhelming, relentless, and unstoppable. May 26, 1941. 2,110 hours. 300 miles west of Brest, France. Rain hammered relentlessly against the fabric wings of the biplane as the pilot maintained his course through the tempest. The ferry Swordfish bucked and shuddered in gale-force winds. Each violent gust threatened to flip the aircraft completely over. The pilot gripped the control stick with both hands, fighting desperately to maintain altitude and heading. Through the open cockpit, visibility measured in yards rather than miles. Rain drove horizontally, stinging like needles against exposed skin. Wind tore at their faces, ice forming on goggles faster than pilots could wipe it clear. Leather flying suits, supposedly waterproof, had soaked through hours earlier. Water ran down backs, pooling in seats. Hands were numb despite heavy gloves. Behind each pilot, observers and telegraphist air gunners huddled against cold that had frozen the water in their bottles solid. The aircraft had been airborne for nearly 2 hours. 2 hours of fighting the storm. 2 hours of wondering if they would find their target. 2 hours of knowing that even if they did, survival was unlikely. Altimeters showed 800 feet. In these seas, that meant flying barely above the wavetops. Mountains of water rose 30 feet, sometimes 40. In the darkness, judging height accurately was impossible. More than one swordfish had flown straight into the sea while attempting low-level attacks. Below, somewhere in the darkness and the mountainous seas, steamed the most powerful battleship afloat, the Bismarck. 8 15-inch guns that could hurl 1-ton shells 22 miles. 50,000 tons of German naval might protected by armor thick enough to shrug off shells from the Royal Navy's finest ships. 14 4.1-inch anti-aircraft guns, dozens of smaller caliber weapons, all aimed at stopping exactly what the British were attempting. And the weapon? A torpedo slung beneath a canvas-covered biplane that looked like it belonged in a museum, not in combat. A ferry Swordfish. Maximum speed 143 miles per hour with a good tailwind. Open cockpit. Fixed landing gear. Construction of metal tubes covered in fabric that could be pierced by rifle bullets. The Germans had laughed when intelligence reports described it. This relic from the First World War could not possibly threaten the pride of the Kriegsmarine. Yet in the next 2 hours, this obsolete biplane and 14 others, like it would accomplish what the entire British home fleet could not. They would cripple the Bismarck and seal her fate. The story of how a supposedly worthless aircraft became the weapon that changed naval warfare forever begins not in the storm-tossed Atlantic, but in the quiet offices of the Ferry Aviation Company 7 years earlier, where designers were creating what would become the most unlikely hero of the Second World War. Hayes, West London. The drawing boards at Ferry Aviation Company held blueprints for an aircraft that already looked outdated the day it was designed. The Ferry Aviation Company had earned its reputation building naval aircraft since 1915. Founder Charles Richard Ferry had established the company during the First World War. They understood what the Fleet Air Arm needed better than any other British manufacturer. Reconnaissance to spot for naval gunfire. Torpedo delivery to sink enemy warships. The ability to operate from the pitching decks of aircraft carriers in all weather conditions. Robust construction that could survive harsh maritime environments. Simple maintenance that could be performed by ship crews with limited facilities. The company designation read TSR-2, standing for Torpedo Spotter Reconnaissance. The proposed design featured a biplane configuration powered by a single Bristol Pegasus 3M.3 radial engine, producing 690 horsepower. 2 wings stacked above each other, braced with wires and struts like aircraft from the previous war. An open cockpit where crew would face the elements at altitude. Winter patrols over the North Atlantic meant temperatures dropping to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Summer operations in the Mediterranean brought scorching heat. The crew would experience both extremes. Fixed landing gear that created drag and reduced speed. But the fixed gear simplified carrier operations enormously. No hydraulic systems to fail. No complex mechanisms to jam at critical moments. The wheels were always down, always ready for landing. The whole structure built from steel tubing covered with fabric, dope tight and painted, like aircraft from the First World War. Modern fighters featured all-metal construction with stress skin. Monoplanes with retractable landing gear and enclosed cockpits. The comparison seemed damning. Critics in the Air Ministry questioned whether Britain should be building obsolete aircraft. Some argued for canceling the program entirely and waiting for more modern designs. At a time when sleek monoplanes were becoming standard worldwide, the Ferry Design Committee chose the biplane deliberately. This was not ignorance or conservatism. It was calculated engineering. Naval aviation demanded different priorities than land-based aircraft. Carrier operations dictated design choices that seemed backward to those unfamiliar with the constraints. Aircraft carriers in the 1930s had short flight decks. HMS Ark Royal, completed in 1938, had a deck only 720 feet long. Modern jet carriers have decks over 1,000 feet long. The Swordfish had to take off and land in less than half that distance, on a deck that pitched and rolled in heavy seas. Carrier operations demanded slow landing speeds and short takeoff runs. The biplane's large wing area provided exactly that. The Swordfish could land at 67 miles per hour. Modern carrier aircraft land at over 120 miles per hour. The difference meant the Swordfish could operate in sea conditions that would ground faster aircraft. The open cockpit, though uncomfortable, gave the observer unobstructed views for reconnaissance. Naval reconnaissance meant hours of searching vast expanses of ocean for enemy ships. The observer needed to see in all directions without obstruction. An enclosed cockpit with windows would create blind spots and reflections. The open cockpit was miserable in bad weather, but far more effective for the mission. The fixed landing gear simplified maintenance aboard ships, where every tool and spare part had to be carried. Retractable landing gear meant hydraulic systems, pumps, reservoirs, and actuators, all requiring maintenance, all capable of failing. The fixed gear was simple, reliable, and foolproof. Most importantly, the simple construction meant any damage could be repaired quickly, even at sea, with limited facilities. Combat damage that would write off a modern aircraft could be patched on a Swordfish. Fabric could be sewn. Steel tubes could be spliced. The aircraft could be flying again within hours. The prototype first flew on April 17, 1934. Test pilot Chris Stanley pushed the aircraft through its paces over the Hampshire countryside. The plane handled beautifully, responsive controls, stable in flight, forgiving of pilot errors. It could lift a torpedo weighing over 1,600 pounds, yet still operate from short carrier decks. By 1935, the Air Ministry placed orders. The aircraft received its operational name, Swordfish. 68 aircraft were contracted initially. Production began at Ferry's Hayes factory in early 1936. The first operational aircraft joined the Fleet Air Arm in July 1936, with 825 Naval Air Squadron aboard HMS Glorious. The Swordfish replaced the aging Ferry Seal in reconnaissance roles and the Blackburn Baffin in torpedo bomber duties. Pilots who flew it immediately recognized its qualities. The aircraft was utterly reliable. Engines ran smoothly for hundreds of hours. The simple fabric construction could absorb extraordinary punishment. One pilot later recalled landing with over 200 bullet holes in the wings and fuselage. The fabric could be patched in hours. The Swordfish's crew called it the string bag, a nickname that would become famous. The name came from the British housewife's string shopping bag, common in the 1930s. like those expandable bags, the Swordfish could carry an improbable variety of loads. One day it might carry a torpedo, the next bombs and flares, then mines or depth charges. The versatility amazed ground crews. Production expanded rapidly. Ferry built 692 aircraft at their Hayes facility. Blackburn Aircraft at Sherburn and Elmet in Yorkshire built an additional 1,699. Total production reached 2,391 aircraft by the time production ended in August 1944. The Swordfish would remarkably remain in frontline service until VE Day in May 1945, outliving the Ferry Albacore that was designed to replace it. By September 1939, when Germany invaded Poland, the Fleet Air Arm operated 13 squadrons equipped with Swordfish. 268 aircraft stood ready. Most naval officers recognized the Swordfish was already obsolete. Modern monoplane fighters could fly twice as fast. But Britain had what it had, and the Swordfish would have to do. The world was about to discover that speed was not everything. April 1940, Norway. The Swordfish received its baptism of fire. Aircraft from HMS Furious attacked German ships anchored at Trondheim. Flying through Norwegian fjords, weaving between mountains, they pressed home their attacks against fierce anti-aircraft fire. They scored no decisive hits, but they returned safely, proving that Swordfish could survive in combat. Then came June 10, 1940. Italy entered the war. Benito Mussolini's declaration opened the Mediterranean theater. The Regia Marina, Italy's navy, fielded 6 battleships, including some of the most modern vessels afloat. They threatened Britain's vital supply lines to Egypt and India through the Suez Canal. The Royal Navy faced a problem. Italian battleships outgunned most British ships in the Mediterranean. Direct naval confrontation risked heavy losses Britain could not afford. The solution had to be unconventional. Admiral Andrew Cunningham, commanding the Mediterranean Fleet, began planning an audacious strike. If he could attack the Italian fleet in harbor, he might cripple their naval power before they could fully deploy. The target was Taranto, the main Italian naval base in southern Italy. The plan was Operation Judgment. The weapon would be the ferry Swordfish. November 11, 1940. HMS Illustrious steamed 270 miles southeast of Taranto. In the hangar deck, 21 Swordfish were prepared for the most daring naval air attack yet attempted. Each aircraft was armed with either a single 18-inch Mark 12 torpedo or bombs and flares. The torpedoes had been specially modified with breakaway wooden fins to allow them to run in the shallow 30 to 40-foot depths of Taranto Harbor. Standard torpedoes would have buried themselves in the mud. The modifications were experimental. No one knew if they would work. At 20:35 in the evening, the first wave of 12 Swordfish launched into the darkness. Lieutenant Commander Kenneth Williamson led the strike. His aircraft carried a torpedo. Behind him came 5 more torpedo bombers and 6 aircraft loaded with bombs and flares. The flare droppers would illuminate the target. The bombers would suppress anti-aircraft defenses. The torpedo bombers would make the killing strikes. At 21:15, the second wave of 9 Swordfish launched. Lieutenant Commander John Hale led this group. 8 aircraft carried torpedoes. 1 turned back shortly after launch when its auxiliary fuel tank detached. 20 aircraft actually attacked Taranto that night, not 21. The flight took 90 minutes. The crews flew at 8,000 feet, navigating by stars and dead reckoning over the dark Mediterranean. Each observer hunched over his navigation table, calculating drift and ground speed. The pilots held steady courses, trusting their observers completely. 1 degree of error would mean missing the target entirely in the darkness over featureless ocean. Radio silence was absolute. Detection would mean failure. As they approached Taranto, they could see the harbor clearly despite the darkness. The Italians had obligingly left lights burning throughout the base and the surrounding city. Security concerns about spies evidently outweighed concerns about air attack. The Italian Navy did not believe the British would attempt a torpedo attack on a fortified harbor. Previous analysis suggested the water was too shallow for aerial torpedoes. The Italians were wrong on both counts. Barrage balloons floated above the harbor to deter low-level attacks, but only 27 were deployed instead of the planned 87. Strong winds that day had grounded most of them. The gaps in the balloon barrage gave the swordfish clear approach paths they should not have had. Luck was favoring the attackers. The first wave arrived at 23:07. The flare droppers, flying high, released their magnesium flares. The parachute flares drifted down slowly, burning with intense white light. Night turned to day. Every ship in the harbor was suddenly visible in stark relief. The Italians were caught completely by surprise. Air raid sirens began wailing. Searchlights stabbed into the sky. And then the guns opened fire. The harbor erupted with anti-aircraft fire. Land batteries fired 13,489 shells during the attack. Ships added thousands more. The sky filled with tracers, explosive shells, and shrapnel. Red, white, and green tracers arced upward. Heavy shells burst in black puffs. The noise was deafening. The defending gunners had never faced an actual attack before. They had drilled, but drill is not combat. Their fire was intense, but not always accurate. They were shooting at slow-moving biplanes that jinked and turned unpredictably. The swordfish pressed their attacks through the storm of fire. Williamson dove his aircraft toward the battleship Conte di Cavour. At 30 feet altitude and 200 yards range, he released his torpedo. The torpedo ran true, striking the ship below the waterline. The explosion tore a massive hole in the hull. Conte di Cavour settled onto the harbor bottom, partially sunk. Williamson's aircraft was hit by anti-aircraft fire. He and his observer, Lieutenant Norman Scarlett, survived the crash and were captured. Lieutenant Neil Kemp attacked the new battleship Littorio. His torpedo struck home. Then Lieutenant Charles Lamb made his run on Littorio. Another hit. The battleship was taking water fast. The second wave arrived shortly after midnight. More flares lit the harbor. More anti-aircraft fire filled the sky. Lieutenant Gerald Bailey dove toward a cruiser. His aircraft was hit and crashed in flames. Bailey and his observer, Lieutenant Henry Slaughter, were killed. But the other torpedo bombers pressed their attacks. Littorio took a third torpedo hit. The battleship Caio Duilio was struck by one torpedo and began listing. By 02:39 in the morning, it was over. 20 swordfish had attacked the main base of the Italian battle fleet. 2 aircraft were shot down. 2 men killed. 2 captured. For casualties from 20 attacking aircraft against the entire defensive firepower of a major naval base represented extraordinary results. Some called it luck. The Italian defenses had been less effective than they should have been. The barrage balloon gaps helped. The Italian gunners were firing at night against difficult targets. But luck only explains so much. The swordfish crews had trained for exactly this type of mission. They had practiced night carrier operations. They had rehearsed torpedo attacks. They had studied the defenses of Taranto from reconnaissance photographs. They executed the attack with precision and courage. The results were devastating to Italy. 3 battleships damaged. Conte di Cavour took one torpedo hit that tore open her hull. She settled onto the harbor bottom with her deck awash. She was eventually refloated and moved to Trieste for repairs. The work was never completed. She never returned to full service. The Italian Navy had effectively lost a battleship permanently. Littorio was hit by 3 torpedoes and nearly sank. Only desperate damage control kept her afloat. She was out of action for 7 months, undergoing repairs. Caio Duilio took one torpedo that flooded 2 boiler rooms and caused severe listing. She too was out of action for 7 months. Italy's battleship strength was cut in half in a single night. Italy began the war with 6 operational battleships. After Taranto, only 3 were available. The balance of power in the Mediterranean shifted dramatically in Britain's favor. The strategic consequences rippled outward. With the Italian battle fleet crippled, the Royal Navy could operate more freely in the Mediterranean. Convoys to Malta could be escorted more heavily. The route to Egypt became more secure. British Admiral Andrew Cunningham could take risks he could not have taken before. The Italian Navy became more cautious, less willing to risk its remaining battleships in direct confrontation. Italian naval strategy shifted to preserving the fleet rather than using it aggressively. The raid had strategic consequences far beyond the Mediterranean. Japanese naval planners studied the attack intensely. The Japanese naval attaché visited Taranto in January 1941 to examine the damage and interview Italian officers. The lessons learned at Taranto informed the planning for Pearl Harbor 11 months later. Shallow water torpedo attacks were possible with proper modifications. Battleships in harbor were vulnerable to air attack. A bold carrier strike could cripple an enemy fleet before it could respond. All these lessons from Taranto appeared at Pearl Harbor. The Taranto raid proved that aerial torpedoes could devastate capital ships in harbor. It validated carrier aviation as a decisive offensive weapon, and it demonstrated that the obsolete-looking swordfish in the hands of skilled crews could accomplish what seemed impossible. But Taranto was merely the beginning. 6 months later, the swordfish would face an even greater challenge. May 1941, the Bismarck sortied into the Atlantic. The newest and most powerful battleship in the German fleet displaced 50,300 tons fully loaded. 8 15-inch guns in 4 twin turrets. 12.6-inch armor belt. Maximum speed of 31 knots. The ship was designed to break out into the Atlantic shipping lanes and wreak havoc on the convoys supplying Britain. The Royal Navy deployed everything available to stop her. May 24, 1941. The Denmark Strait between Iceland and Greenland. HMS Hood, pride of the Royal Navy, engaged Bismarck. Hood was the largest warship afloat. 42,000 tons, 15-inch guns, famous throughout the world. The battle lasted 15 minutes. Bismarck's fifth salvo struck Hood. A 15-inch shell penetrated the thin deck armor and detonated in the aft magazine. 112 tons of cordite propellant exploded. The ship's back broke. Hood sank in less than 3 minutes. 1,418 men were aboard. 3 survived. Ordinary signalman Ted Briggs, able seaman Robert Tilburn, and midshipman William Dundas. The shock rippled through the Royal Navy and across Britain. Hood was invincible, or so people believed. She was the largest warship in the world, a symbol of British naval supremacy. Children knew her name. Her image appeared on postcards and cigarette cards. She had represented British power around the world between the wars, visiting ports on every continent. The public believed nothing could sink Hood. Bismarck had destroyed her in minutes. The psychological impact was immense. If Hood could be sunk, what was safe? Now the German battleship was loose in the Atlantic with the speed and firepower to devastate convoy routes. Britain depended completely on Atlantic convoys. Food, fuel, raw materials, weapons, all came by sea. The convoys were escorted by destroyers and corvettes that had no chance against a battleship. Bismarck could slaughter merchant ships faster than they could be replaced. The lifeline to America could be cut. Starvation could force Britain to surrender within months. Every available British ship was ordered to hunt Bismarck down. Battleships steamed from multiple directions. Cruisers formed search lines. Destroyers rushed to join the hunt. But finding one ship in the vast Atlantic was nearly impossible. Radar was primitive. Air search was limited by range. The ocean was simply too large. And even if found, Bismarck might outrun or outfight her pursuers. She was fast, heavily armored, and powerfully armed. Direct engagement would cost lives and ships. The Admiralty needed a way to slow the battleship down, damage her machinery, jam her steering, reduce her speed enough that the pursuing battleships could catch her. They needed the fleet air arm. They needed the swordfish. HMS Victorious was operating with the home fleet searching for Bismarck. The carrier embarked 825 Naval Air Squadron, the same unit that had struck at Taranto. Their commanding officer was Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond. On the evening of May 24th, Bismarck was located. Admiral John Tovey commanding the home fleet, ordered Victorious to launch a strike. At 2,200 hours, 9 swordfish took off into deteriorating weather. Esmond led the formation. The target was 120 miles away. The weather was appalling: low clouds, rain squalls, rough seas. The swordfish pressed on. Just after midnight, they found Bismarck. The battleship was steaming at high speed, her anti-aircraft guns ready. The swordfish attacked from different angles to split the defensive fire. They dove through a storm of shells. Tracers arced across the night sky. Explosions bracketed the slow-moving biplanes. Lieutenant Percy Jick, flying Aircraft 5F, released his torpedo. The weapon ran true and struck Bismarck amidships on the starboard side. The explosion was visible to all the swordfish crews. But the torpedo hit the armor belt. The damage was superficial. Bismarck's thick armor protected her. However, the impact ruptured fuel tanks, causing an oil leak. The leak would help British forces track the battleship over the next 2 days. All 9 swordfish returned safely to Victorious despite the heavy fire. The attack had not stopped Bismarck, but it had demonstrated that the swordfish could reach and attack even the most heavily defended target. For 2 days, the Royal Navy hunted Bismarck across the Atlantic. The battleship was damaged, leaking oil, but still dangerous. On May 26th, a Catalina flying boat relocated the ship. She was heading for the French coast and safety. If Bismarck reached Brest with its air cover and coastal defenses, she would escape. Admiral Tovey's battleships were too far away to intercept before Bismarck reached French air cover. Only one force was close enough: HMS Ark Royal. The carrier raced to intercept, but the weather was deteriorating into a full gale. Launching and recovering aircraft would be extremely dangerous. Attacking in such conditions seemed suicidal. But there was no choice. This was the last chance to stop Bismarck. At 1,450 hours, 15 swordfish from 810, 818, and 820 squadrons launched from Ark Royal. The carrier was pitching and rolling violently. The flight deck rose and fell 40 feet. Launching was hazardous. Several aircraft nearly crashed on takeoff. They formed up and headed toward the target. Due to a radar contact confusion, they initially attacked the British cruiser HMS Sheffield by mistake. Fortunately, the torpedo's magnetic detonators malfunctioned in the rough seas and exploded prematurely. Sheffield was not hit. The swordfish returned to Ark Royal. The mistake was embarrassing, but ultimately fortunate. The magnetic detonators were clearly unreliable. The torpedoes were switched to contact detonators for the next strike. At 1910 hours, 15 swordfish launched again. The weather had worsened dramatically. Winds approached 60 miles per hour, with gusts even stronger. Rain reduced visibility to near zero. Some pilots could not see the wingtips of their own aircraft. Waves reached 40 feet, creating mountains of water that rose higher than the swordfish flew. The pilots could barely see their instruments in the gathering darkness. Water streamed into open cockpits, soaking instruments and making the compasses difficult to read. Flying in such conditions was normally prohibited as suicidally dangerous. Aircraft were simply not designed to operate in such weather. Control could be lost at any moment. Structural failure was a constant risk. Collision with the sea in darkness was probable. But this was not a normal situation. The future of the war might depend on the next 2 hours. If Bismarck escaped, the consequences were unthinkable. The swordfish flew through the storm toward Bismarck. Each pilot fought his own private battle with the elements. Sub-Lieutenant John Moffat was among the pilots. He later recalled that he could barely control his aircraft. The buffeting was so severe he thought the wings might tear off. Every gust threatened to flip the biplane inverted. Water streamed into his open cockpit, soaking him completely. His hands were numb on the controls despite thick gloves. His observer and air gunner huddled behind him, equally soaked, equally cold, equally terrified. Visibility was measured in yards. The formation was impossible to maintain. Each aircraft flew alone through the storm, navigating independently. Some pilots wondered if they would find the target. Others wondered if they would survive the weather regardless. The fabric wings flexed and strained. The steel tube framework groaned. But the swordfish held together. The robust construction that looked so antiquated was proving its worth. At approximately 20:55 hours, they found Bismarck. The battleship was silhouetted against storm clouds, her guns already firing. The swordfish attacked from multiple directions. The slow speed that made them obsolete now became an advantage. Bismarck's anti-aircraft guns were designed to track fast modern aircraft. The swordfish's slow approach confused the fire control systems. Shells burst around them, but the evasive maneuvering in the rough weather made accurate fire nearly impossible. The pilots pressed their attacks to point-blank range, less than 1,000 yards, some even closer. They released their torpedoes and turned away through the storm of fire. At least 2 torpedoes struck Bismarck. One hit amidships on the port side, causing relatively minor damage. The armor held. Flooding was contained. This hit would not stop the battleship. The second torpedo hit aft near the stern. This was the critical strike. The explosion jammed the battleship's rudder at approximately 12 degrees to port. The massive rudder designed to turn 50,000 tons of warship was locked in position. The steering gear room flooded rapidly. Damage control parties rushed to the scene. They found the compartment flooded, the machinery wrecked, the rudder immovable. Bismarck's captain, Ernst Lindemann, immediately ordered emergency steering procedures. The engines could be used to steer by varying power to the 3 propeller shafts. This worked for slow-speed maneuvering, but was nearly useless at sea speed. The battleship began steaming in circles, unable to maintain course. Divers were sent down to examine the rudder. The seas were too rough. They could not reach the damaged area. Engineering parties tried to rig emergency steering using the auxiliary rudder, or by directly manipulating the steering gear. Nothing worked. The damage was catastrophic. The rudder would not respond. Without steering, Bismarck could not reach France. She could not even effectively fight. She was limited to 10 to 12 knots and could only steam in slow arcs, unable to take evasive action or choose her course. Admiral Gunther Lütjens, commanding the operation, signaled Berlin that the ship was no longer maneuverable. He knew what that meant. The British battleships were closing. Without steering, Bismarck was doomed. The question of which swordfish pilot fired the critical torpedo has been debated for decades. Sub-Lieutenant John Moffett is commonly credited with jamming Bismarck's rudder. His aircraft attacked from the port side in the first wave. However, when James Cameron led a diving expedition to examine the Bismarck wreck in 2002, the physical evidence was puzzling. The torpedo damage to the steering compartment was on the starboard side. Only 2 pilots attacked from starboard, Sub-Lieutenant Kenneth Pattison and Sub-Lieutenant Douglas Godfrey Fawcett. The actual pilot who fired the rudder-jamming torpedo may never be conclusively identified. Multiple torpedoes hit. Any one of several pilots might have fired the decisive weapon. What matters is that collectively, the swordfish crews accomplished their mission. Moffett himself never claimed credit at the initial debriefing. The popular attribution came later. All 15 swordfish returned safely to Ark Royal despite the appalling conditions and heavy fire. Landing on the pitching carrier deck in darkness and storm was as dangerous as the attack itself. But every aircraft made it back. Every crew survived. The next morning, May 27th, British battleships caught up with Bismarck. HMS King George V and HMS Rodney pounded the crippled battleship with heavy shells. Bismarck fought back but could not maneuver. After 2 hours of bombardment, the German ship was a burning wreck. At 1,039 hours, Bismarck sank. Over 2,000 crew died. 115 survived. The pride of the Kriegsmarine was gone. The threat to Atlantic convoys was eliminated. And the weapon that made it possible was the obsolete ferry swordfish. The swordfish would continue to serve throughout the war in roles that evolved as the conflict progressed. In the Mediterranean, swordfish squadrons operating from Malta and from carriers became the primary strike weapon against Axis supply lines to North Africa. Malta-based swordfish flew night attacks against Italian and German convoys carrying supplies to Rommel's Afrika Korps. These attacks were conducted in darkness, often in bad weather, against heavily escorted convoys. The swordfish crews developed tactics for finding convoys at night using radar, then attacking with torpedoes or bombs. The successes were significant. Squadron 830, operating from Malta, sank approximately 110,000 tons of Axis shipping between May and November 1941. That represented dozens of merchant ships carrying fuel, ammunition, food, and vehicles that never reached North Africa. Other Malta-based squadrons achieved similar results. Conservative estimates suggest 300,000 to 450,000 tons of merchant shipping was destroyed by swordfish attacks throughout the Mediterranean campaign. Every ship sunk meant supplies that did not reach Rommel. The cumulative effect was substantial. Rommel frequently complained about supply shortages. His offensive stalled partly because fuel and ammunition did not arrive. Swordfish attacks on supply convoys contributed significantly to those shortages. In the Atlantic, the swordfish's role evolved as escort carriers entered service. These were small aircraft carriers converted from merchant ships. They could accompany convoys and provide air cover throughout the crossing. Escort carriers typically embarked one squadron of swordfish for anti-submarine and anti-surface duties. The swordfish proved highly effective in this role. Equipped with ASV Mark II radar, swordfish could locate surface submarines at night or in poor visibility. U-boats preferred to attack at night on the surface, where they were faster and harder to spot. The swordfish with radar could find them. Once located, the U-boat would be attacked with depth charges or torpedoes. Between 1940 and 1945, swordfish sank or participated in sinking between 14 and 22 U-boats. The variation in the count depends on how shared kills are credited. Some U-boats were attacked by multiple aircraft or ships. Some were damaged by swordfish but sunk by other forces. Notable anti-submarine successes included several firsts. U-64 was sunk on April 13, 1940, by swordfish from HMS Ark Royal. This was the first U-boat sunk by the Fleet Air Arm. The aircraft, flown by Captain Richard Partridge of the Royal Marines, caught the submarine on the surface in Norwegian waters and sank it with bombs. U-752 was sunk on May 23, 1943, by a swordfish from 819 Squadron, flying from HMS Archer. This was the first U-boat sunk by air-launched rockets. The swordfish was carrying 60-pound rocket projectiles under the wings. The rockets proved highly effective against submarines. They could be fired from longer range than depth charges and were more accurate. In September 1944, swordfish from HMS Vindex sank for U-boats in a single patrol. U-344 on January 31st, U-765 on May 6th, U-960 on May 19th, U-194 on June 24th. This exceptional performance demonstrated how effective the swordfish had become in anti-submarine warfare despite its age. But the swordfish's service was not without terrible cost. February 12, 1942. The German battlecruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau and the heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen attempted to dash up the English Channel from Brest to Germany. The ships had been trapped in Brest for months, subject to constant Royal Air Force bombing. Hitler wanted them moved to Norway, where they could threaten Arctic convoys to Russia. The Channel Dash, Operation Cerberus, to the Germans, was a bold move. The narrowest part of the channel was only 21 miles wide. The German ships would have to steam through waters dominated by British naval and air forces. The risks were enormous, but the alternative was to remain in Brest under constant attack. The Royal Navy and Royal Air Force were determined to stop the dash. If the German ships could be sunk in the channel, it would be a major victory. Plans were made for coordinated attacks by destroyers, motor torpedo boats, bombers, and torpedo bombers. 6 swordfish from 825 Naval Air Squadron were assigned to the torpedo attack. The squadron was commanded by Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond. the same officer who had led the strike on Bismarck from Victorious 9 months earlier. Esmond had been awarded the Distinguished Service Order for that action. King George VI personally presented the decoration on February 11th, the day before the Channel Dash. The timing was cruelly ironic. Esmond received his medal for bravery one day before facing an even more desperate mission. Esmond knew the mission was nearly suicidal. The intelligence briefing made that clear. The German ships would be protected by approximately 30 escort vessels, including destroyers and torpedo boats. Over 250 Luftwaffe fighters would provide air cover. The Swordfish would be attacking in daylight, not the darkness that had protected them at Taranto and against Bismarck. They would have minimal fighter escort due to coordination failures and the short range of available Spitfires. Their chances of survival were negligible. Their chances of success were worse. Esmond assembled his crews and briefed them honestly. The mission was vital. The risks were extreme. Any man could refuse without dishonor or consequence. Every man volunteered. Not one hesitated. They understood what they were being asked to do. They did it anyway. At 1,220 hours, the 6 Swordfish took off from RAF Manston in Kent. They flew at wave-top height toward the German ships. British Spitfire fighters were supposed to provide escort, but coordination failed. The Swordfish found themselves alone, facing the entire German force. Focke-Wulf, 190 fighters dove on them. The slow biplanes were helpless against the modern fighters. Anti-aircraft fire from the ships filled the air. The Swordfish pressed their attack. All 6 aircraft were shot down within 20 minutes. 13 of the 18 crew were killed. Eugene Esmond's aircraft was hit by anti-aircraft fire and set ablaze by fighter attacks. It crashed into the channel around 1,240 hours. Esmond died along with his observer, Sub-Lieutenant William Clinton, and his air gunner, leading airman Donald Bunce. 5 crew survived, rescued from the freezing water. Sub-Lieutenants Edgar Lee, Brian Rose, Charles Kingsmill, and William Samples, and leading airman Johnson, who had somehow survived when his aircraft crashed. None of the torpedoes hit the German ships. The Channel Dash succeeded, but the sacrifice was recognized. Eugene Esmond was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross, gazetted on March 3, 1942. The 4 surviving officers each received the Distinguished Service Order. Leading Airman Johnson received the Conspicuous Gallantry Medal. The 13 killed received posthumous mentions in dispatches. Even German Admiral Otto Ciliax, commanding the Dash, acknowledged the attack as an act of supreme courage. The Royal Navy called it one of the finest exhibitions of self-sacrifice and devotion to duty the war had ever witnessed. The 825 Naval Air Squadron had struck at Taranto. They had attacked Bismarck. They had sacrificed themselves in the Channel Dash. Their courage became legendary. By 1945, when the war in Europe ended, the Swordfish had served for 9 years. Production had ceased in August 1944 after 2,391 aircraft were built. The type had outlived multiple aircraft designed to replace it. The Fairey Albacore, intended as the Swordfish's successor, entered service in 1940, but was withdrawn in 1943. The Albacore was faster and had an enclosed cockpit, but it lacked the Swordfish's reliability and versatility. The Swordfish continued flying frontline missions until VE Day in May 1945. Few military aircraft can claim such longevity while remaining effective. The Swordfish earned affection from everyone who flew it or maintained it. Pilots praised its handling, its reliability, its forgiving nature. Mechanics loved its simple construction and easy maintenance. Crews trusted it completely. The nickname Stringbag was used with genuine fondness. The aircraft looked ungainly and outdated. It was slow and uncomfortable, but it worked. In all conditions, in all weather, the Swordfish could be counted on to fly the mission and bring the crew home. That reliability earned loyalty that modern aircraft with better performance never quite achieved. Today, 8 decades after the Swordfish crippled Bismarck, we can assess its place in history. By every technical measure, The Swordfish was obsolete before the war began. Maximum speed of 143 miles per hour when contemporary fighters flew over 300. Open cockpit when enclosed cockpits were standard. Fixed landing gear when retractable gear was normal. Fabric construction when metal was universal. A biplane when monoplanes dominated. Yet this obsolete aircraft achieved victories that changed the course of the war. At Taranto, Swordfish crippled the Italian battle fleet and shifted the balance of power in the Mediterranean. Against Bismarck, Swordfish delivered the attack that sealed the fate of Germany's most powerful battleship. Throughout the war, Swordfish protected convoys, sank U-boats, attacked shipping, and performed every mission asked of them. The key was never the aircraft. The key was always the people who flew it. The Swordfish was just fabric and wire and steel tubing. But the men who flew it were extraordinary. They were superbly trained. The Fleet Air Arm maintained rigorous standards. Pilots mastered instrument flying, navigation, torpedo attacks, and carrier operations. Observers became expert navigators and bombardiers. Air gunners learned to fight off attacks while operating their radios. The training was intense, comprehensive, and continuous. The air crews were deeply motivated. They understood the stakes. Britain stood alone for much of the war. Every mission mattered. Every attack counted. Failure meant defeat. Success meant survival. The motivation was existential. The tactics were innovative. Rather than lament the Swordfish's limitations, the Fleet Air Arm exploited its strengths. Night attacks where speed mattered less. Low-altitude approaches below radar coverage. Coordinated strikes from multiple angles to overwhelm defenses. Using the slow speed to confuse anti-aircraft fire control systems. The tactics turned weaknesses into advantages. The determination was absolute. Swordfish crews pressed attacks through defensive fire that should have been suicidal. They flew missions in weather that grounded other aircraft. They maintained formation when conditions were nearly impossible. They completed missions when survival seemed unlikely. That determination made the difference between failure and success. Superior people using adequate tools will defeat adequate people using superior tools. The principle applies far beyond military aviation. In any field, human factors matter more than technology. Training, motivation, innovation, and determination trump specifications. The Germans had Bismarck, the most powerful battleship afloat. They had superior technology. But they did not have superior people at the decisive moment. The Swordfish crews, flying obsolete aircraft, possessed the skill and courage to accomplish what seemed impossible. Britain in 1941 could not match German technology across the board. British tanks were inferior to German tanks. British fighters were roughly equal to German fighters. British bombers had less range than needed. But Britain could train superior crews and develop superior tactics. The Swordfish program exemplifies this approach. Take the aircraft you have. Train the crews to excellence. Develop tactics that work. Apply them with determination. Accept the risks. Complete the mission. The approach worked. When the war ended, the men who flew the Swordfish returned to civilian life, carrying memories of extraordinary experiences. They had flown obsolete aircraft into seemingly impossible situations and prevailed. They had faced death repeatedly and survived. They had accomplished things that would seem fictional if not thoroughly documented. Their legacy extends beyond their combat achievements. The Swordfish crews demonstrated that technological inferiority need not mean defeat. They proved that well-trained, highly motivated people can overcome material disadvantages. They showed that courage and skill matter more than specifications. These lessons remain relevant 8 decades later. In an era obsessed with advanced technology, the Swordfish story reminds us that human factors determine outcomes. Organizations invest heavily in equipment while sometimes neglecting training, maintenance, and morale. The Swordfish experience suggests this is backward. Invest in people first. Superior people will find ways to make adequate equipment effective. The ferry Swordfish entered service in 1936, already outdated. It remained in service until 1945, outlasting aircraft designed to replace it. It achieved victories that changed history. It earned the affection and respect of everyone associated with it. The Stringbag. Slow, ungainly, obsolete, but deadly effective in skilled hands. The Germans laughed at Britain's outdated biplane until torpedoes from that biplane crippled Bismarck and sealed her fate. Then, the laughter stopped. The world learned what the Fleet Air Arm already knew. The Swordfish, for all its limitations, was exactly the weapon Britain needed when it was needed most. That is the legacy of the ferry Swordfish and the remarkable people who flew it into history. February 24, 1944. South of Cisterna, Italy, along muddy roads that had claimed countless vehicles. American tankers from the 1st Armored Division approached cautiously, surrounding a massive German Elephant tank destroyer. The 70-ton behemoth sat motionless, abandoned after engine fire had forced its crew to flee. Its heavy armor bore scars from American tank rounds, marks that told a story of futility, each shell having bounced harmlessly off the 200mm frontal plate. These weren't rookie crews examining the beast. These were veterans who'd battled German armor from North Africa's deserts through Sicily's hills and now into Italy's unforgiving mountains. They knew every Panzer variant, every assault gun, every tank destroyer the Wehrmacht possessed. And one thing united every single German armored vehicle they'd encountered: machine guns. Lots of them. MG-34S and MG-42S bristling from every angle for close-in defense. But as they circled this German monster, inspecting it up close for the first time, something stopped them cold. There was no machine gun coverage. Almost none whatsoever. The vehicle mounted a single ball-mounted machine gun in the hull front, fixed to fire straight ahead. Nothing on the sides. Nothing at the rear. Nothing in the superstructure. The realization hit them like a shockwave. This seemingly invincible machine, with armor thick enough to laugh off American tank shells and a gun powerful enough to kill at 3 kilometers, could barely defend itself against a single soldier approaching from the flanks or rear. The Germans had constructed one of the most heavily armored, most powerfully armed tank destroyers in the world, then given it almost zero ability to protect itself against infantry attack. This discovery validated what intelligence reports from the Eastern Front had been suggesting. The Ferdinand, later renamed Elephant, represented simultaneously a triumph of German heavy armor engineering and a catastrophic failure of practical design thinking. Its story would fundamentally reshape American understanding of how not to build armored fighting vehicles. Understanding how such a design error could occur requires understanding the Ferdinand's unusual birth. In 1942, the German military organized a competition for a new heavy tank that would dominate battlefields across Europe and Russia. 2 companies competed. Henschel & Son submitted a conventional design with the turret mounted near the center of the hull, proven, reliable, traditional. Ferdinand Porsche, personal friend of Adolf Hitler and renowned automotive engineer, submitted a radical design using an electric drive system with engines positioned in the middle of the hull. Porsche was so supremely confident his design would win that he ordered 100 chassis built before the competition even concluded at the Nibelungenwerk factory in St. Valentin, Austria. His confidence proved disastrously misplaced. During evaluation trials at Birka in April 1942, the Porsche design struggled badly in deep mud and suffered chronic mechanical problems with its novel petrol-electric transmission. The Henschel design proved far more reliable and won the contract, becoming the famous Tiger Eye tank that would terrorize Allied forces for years. Porsche's 100 pre-built chassis represented a massive investment with no immediate purpose. Rather than scrap them, an admission of failure and waste, German High Command decided to convert these chassis into heavy tank destroyers. Engineers moved the engines forward and built a massive fixed casemate at the rear to house the main gun. The result was the Panzerjäger Tiger P, officially designated SDKFZ 184, but better known by its unofficial name Ferdinand, after its designer. Between March and May 1943, 91 vehicles were converted. The specifications were genuinely extraordinary. The Ferdinand weighed 65 tons, making it one of the heaviest armored fighting vehicles in service anywhere in 1943. Its frontal armor measured 200 millimeters thick, achieved by bolting an additional 100 millimeters plate to the original 100 millimeters hull front. This made the Ferdinand's frontal armor twice as thick as the Tiger Eye. No Allied or Soviet anti-tank gun then in service could penetrate that armor from the front at typical combat ranges. The main armament was the 8.8 centimeters Pak 43 halves with an L/71 barrel, one of the most powerful anti-tank weapons ever mounted on a tracked vehicle. This gun could penetrate 190 millimeters of armor at 1,000 meters and destroy a Soviet T-34 tank at ranges exceeding 3 kilometers. Soviet tankers would later report Ferdinands destroying their vehicles from distances so great that the German tank destroyer appeared as merely a distant speck on the horizon. Inside the armored casemate, for crew members, worked the gun. The commander directed fire, the gunner aimed and fired, and two loaders serviced the massive 88 millimeters rounds. The driver and radio operator sat in a separate compartment at the very front of the hull, completely isolated from the fighting compartment. Communication between the front and rear crew positions was only possible by radio, an unusual arrangement that would prove problematic during combat. But the Ferdinand had serious weaknesses extending far beyond its lack of defensive armament. The two Maybach HL-120 engines, originally designed for much lighter vehicles, struggled desperately to move the 65-ton mass. Maximum road speed was only 30 kilometers per hour. Cross-country speed dropped to a crawling 10 kilometers per hour, slower than a man could jog. The complex petrol-electric drive system was sophisticated but temperamental, prone to overheating in the confined engine compartment. The suspension system lacked return rollers, a cost-saving measure that dramatically increased track wear. The tracks themselves, already stressed by the enormous weight, wore out quickly. Spare parts were chronically short. The vehicle's cross-country range was only 90 kilometers before requiring refueling, barely adequate for offensive operations. Recovery of damaged or broken-down Ferdinands required multiple Bergpanzer IV recovery vehicles working together, as a single vehicle could not move the massive weight. All 91 Ferdinands were assigned to two heavy tank destroyer battalions. Schwer Panzerjägerabteilung 653 received 45 vehicles. Schwer Panzerjägerabteilung 654 received 44 vehicles. Together these battalions formed Heavy Panzer Regiment 656 under the command of Oberst Rudolf Gil. The combat debut came at the Battle of Kursk in July 1943. Operation Citadel represented Germany's attempt to eliminate the massive Soviet salient around the city of Kursk through a double envelopment. Adolf Hitler had postponed the offensive repeatedly, waiting for new weapons like the Panther tank and the Ferdinand to arrive. He believed these wonder weapons would offset Soviet numerical superiority and deliver decisive victory. 89 Ferdinands deployed for the northern pincer of the attack as part of Field Marshal Walter Model's 9th Army. Before combat even began, 6 vehicles had to be withdrawn for mechanical repairs, a troubling sign of things to come. The remaining 83 Ferdinands prepared to spearhead the German assault. On July 5, 1943, at approximately 0530 hours, Operation Citadel began. The Germans launched their attack following a massive artillery bombardment. The Ferdinands rolled forward as part of the assault spearheads, their mission to destroy Soviet anti-tank guns and tanks at long range, allowing lighter German armor and infantry to advance behind them. Initially, the Ferdinands performed exactly as designed. Their powerful guns destroyed Soviet tanks before the T-34s could close to effective range. Their thick armor shrugged off Soviet anti-tank fire that would have destroyed conventional German tanks. Soviet tankers were shocked to see their shells bouncing harmlessly off the 200 millimeters frontal armor. Some Soviet tank crews abandoned their positions rather than face the seemingly invincible German monsters. But Soviet defensive preparations were far more extensive than German intelligence had estimated. The Central Front alone had laid over 400,000 anti-tank mines across multiple defensive belts. The Ferdinand's great weight made them particularly vulnerable to mine damage. When a mine detonated under a track, the resulting damage often broke the suspension, bent the track itself, or destroyed road wheels. The 65-ton weight made field repairs nearly impossible. Of the 45 Ferdinands from Schwer Panzerjägerabteilung 653 committed on the first day, all but 12 were immobilized by mine damage before 1,700 hours. Most would eventually be repaired and returned to service, but the recovery of such massive vehicles from an active battlefield proved extraordinarily difficult. Soviet demolition teams went out at night to destroy abandoned Ferdinands with explosive charges. Even more devastating, Soviet infantry quickly discovered the Ferdinand's fatal weakness. The vehicle had virtually no defensive capability against infantry attack. The main gun had limited traverse and could not depress far enough to engage targets close to the vehicle. There were no machine guns anywhere on the vehicle for close defense. Once Soviet infantry closed the distance, Ferdinand crews had few options. Soviet infantry tactics adapted within days. Special anti-tank teams learned to let the Ferdinands pass over their positions in trenches and foxholes. Soviet soldiers had undergone training to overcome tank phobia, including exercises where tanks drove directly over occupied trenches. Once the Ferdinands passed the first defensive line, infantrymen would emerge from cover with PTRD, 41 anti-tank rifles, demolition charges, and Molotov cocktails. The PTRD 41 rifle could not penetrate the Ferdinand's thick armor, but it could damage the engine deck, tracks, and vision blocks. A well-aimed shot to the engine grills could start fires or damage cooling systems. Shots to the tracks could immobilize the vehicle. Once a Ferdinand was immobilized, Soviet infantry swarmed it with Molotov cocktails and grenades. Molotov cocktails splashed burning fuel across engine decks. Grenades dropped onto ventilation grills filled the interior with smoke and shrapnel. Ferdinand crews were trapped. They could not see infantrymen crouching beside their vehicles due to extremely limited vision. They could not shoot them because there were no machine guns. They could not drive away if their tracks were damaged. Their only option was to abandon the vehicle and try to reach friendly lines on foot, which often proved fatal. Some desperate crews attempted improvised defenses. A few tried firing their personal MG-42 machine guns down the barrel of the main gun, traversing the entire 88mm gun to aim at attackers. This proved absurd, dangerous, and largely ineffective. Other crews opened hatches to fire pistols and submachine guns, exposing themselves to enemy fire. These desperate measures rarely saved the vehicle. The Battle of Kursk turned into a disaster for the Ferdinands. While they achieved impressive kill ratios when engaging Soviet armor at long range, they suffered devastating losses to mines and infantry attack. German records claim Schwer Panzerjägerabteilung 653 destroyed 320 enemy tanks, while losing 13 Ferdinands in combat. Combined claims for both battalions exceeded 500 Soviet tanks destroyed. However, these impressive statistics masked the reality. Most Ferdinand losses came not from enemy tanks, but from mine damage, mechanical breakdown, and infantry attack. The vehicles that excelled in long-range defensive combat were being misused as breakthrough weapons in offensive operations across heavily mined Soviet defensive belts. By July 12, when Hitler canceled Operation Citadel following the Allied invasion of Sicily, roughly 50 Ferdinands remained operational out of the 89 that began the battle. The Kursk experience forced German commanders to acknowledge the Ferdinand's critical design flaws. In fall 1943, all surviving Ferdinands were ordered back to Germany for comprehensive modifications. The refitting process took several months at Nibelungenwerk. Engineers added a ball-mounted MG-34 machine gun in the hull front for the radio operator position, giving the vehicle at least some defensive capability against infantry attack. They installed a new commander's cupola with 7 vision blocks, the same type used on the Stu-G3 assault gun, dramatically improving the commander's ability to observe the battlefield. They applied Simmerit anti-magnetic mine paste to the hull and superstructure. They improved the engine grille design to provide better protection. The modifications added 5 tons to the vehicle's weight, bringing the total to 70 tons. No improvements were made to the engines or transmission, so the already underpowered Ferdinand became even more sluggish. On May 1, 1944, Hitler personally ordered the vehicle officially renamed from Ferdinand to Elephant. In February 1944, 11 of the newly modified Elephants were rushed to Italy. The first company of Schwer Panzerjägerabteilung 653, commanded by Oberleutnant Helmuth Ulrich, deployed to counter the Allied landing at Anzio. American and British forces had landed south of Rome in an attempt to outflank the German defensive lines. The mountainous terrain of Italy proved even more challenging than the Russian steppe. Narrow mountain roads with steep grades and hairpin turns were never designed for 70-ton vehicles. Bridges built for civilian traffic could not support the Elephant's weight. The vehicles had to ford streams, climb rocky slopes, and navigate terrain that challenged even much lighter tanks. Mechanical breakdowns were constant. The stressed engines overheated on steep climbs. Transmissions failed under the strain. Tracks wore out at alarming rates with no replacements available in Italy. When an Elephant broke down on a narrow mountain road, it blocked the entire route until it could be recovered or pushed aside. American tank crews got their first close look at an Elephant when Vehicle 102 from 2nd Company broke down with engine fire near Cisterna in late May 1944. The crew abandoned it and American engineers examined it thoroughly. They confirmed what intelligence reports from the Eastern Front had indicated. The vehicle possessed extraordinary armor and firepower, but suffered from critical vulnerabilities. American intelligence reports noted the Elephant's extremely limited crew vision, particularly to the sides and rear. The single hull-mounted machine gun provided inadequate defensive fire, covering only a narrow arc directly forward. Most significantly, the vehicle's great weight and underpowered drivetrain made it highly vulnerable to mechanical failure. American forces concluded they need not fear this vehicle in offensive operations, as it would likely break down before reaching the battlefield. American tactical doctrine emphasized avoiding frontal engagements where the Elephant's armor and gun gave it overwhelming advantage. Instead, American forces maneuvered to attack from flanks or rear, waited for the vehicles to break down, or called in artillery and air support against the Elephant's thin side and rear armor. Of the 11 Elephants initially sent to Italy, at least 3 survived to be evacuated in August 1944. The others were lost throughout the spring and summer of 1944. Ferdinand 114 was destroyed March 1st. Ferdinand 131 was knocked out March 2nd. Ferdinand 113 was lost May 25th. Multiple vehicles were destroyed in June fighting around Cisterna. Most losses resulted from mechanical breakdown rather than enemy action. The Allies captured Elephant Vehicle 102, which had originally been Ferdinand 633 at Kursk. It was eventually shipped to Aberdeen Proving Ground in Maryland for detailed testing. American engineers conducted extensive evaluations, confirming the vehicle's strengths and weaknesses. The tests validated that while the Elephant was formidable in its designed role, it was impractical for actual battlefield conditions. The remaining Elephants on the Eastern Front saw continued combat through 1944, mostly in defensive operations in Ukraine. 2 companies, totaling 28 Elephants, deployed to reinforce Army Group South positions near Tarnopol. The vehicles proved effective when properly employed in ambush positions with infantry support, but there were never enough of them to make a strategic difference. Attrition from combat and mechanical breakdown steadily reduced their numbers. A small group of Elephants participated in defensive battles during the Soviet Vistula-Oder offensive in January 1945. As Soviet forces pushed deep into Poland, the last surviving Elephants fought in the defensive battles south of Berlin in April 1945. By the end of the war, only 2 Elephants survived intact. 1 Ferdinand, captured by Soviet forces at Kursk in July 1943, is now displayed at the Kubinka Tank Museum outside Moscow. The Elephant captured by American forces in Italy now resides at Fort Gregg Adams in Virginia. The fundamental question remained: How could German engineers design a 65-ton tank destroyer without adequate means to defend against infantry? The answer lay in the vehicle's improvised origin and the assumptions built into German doctrine. The Ferdinand was never intended to operate alone. German combined arms doctrine called for tank destroyers to work with infantry support. The infantry would protect the vehicle from enemy infantry, while the tank destroyer engaged enemy armor at long range. On paper, this doctrine made perfect sense. In practice, infantry could not always keep pace with armored vehicles, especially across mined terrain or through fortified positions. Infantry might be pinned down by enemy fire, while tank destroyers continued forward. In night operations or poor visibility, infantry and armor could become separated. Any of these situations left the Ferdinand defenseless, and all of them occurred regularly at Kursk. German designers had become overconfident in their armor design philosophy. They prioritized maximum armor protection and maximum firepower, while assuming proper tactics would compensate for other deficiencies. The Ferdinand's designers believed its thick armor would protect it from anti-tank weapons, and its long-range gun would keep enemy tanks at safe distance. They did not adequately consider close-range infantry threats despite years of combat experience, showing immobilized or isolated tanks were extremely vulnerable. The decision to build the Ferdinand without adequate machine guns was a conscious design choice, not an oversight. It reflected specific assumptions about employment that proved fatally flawed in actual combat. The vehicle was optimized for a very narrow tactical role: long-range anti-tank combat from prepared defensive positions with guaranteed infantry support. When used in that exact scenario, the Ferdinand was devastatingly effective. But war rarely allows such ideal circumstances. For American tank designers, the Ferdinand/Elephant provided valuable negative lessons. It demonstrated that paper specifications do not translate to battlefield effectiveness. A vehicle could have the thickest armor and most powerful gun in the world, but still fail if it could not be maintained in the field, if it could not reach its fighting position, or if it could not defend against all threat types. American tank destroyer doctrine emphasized very different priorities. Vehicles like the M10 and M36 had much less armor than the Ferdinand, but were faster, more reliable, mechanically simpler, and equipped with multiple machine guns for self-defense. They were designed for mobility and practical functionality rather than maximum protection. American doctrine accepted that tank destroyers would rely on concealment and maneuver rather than heavy armor. The contrast was stark. Germans built the ultimate defensive tank destroyer and discovered that ultimate defensive capability meant nothing if the vehicle could not survive approaching its defensive position. Americans built less impressive but more practical vehicles that could actually accomplish their missions under real battlefield conditions. The story of the Ferdinand/Elephant illustrates the danger of overspecialization in weapons design. When circumstances matched the vehicle's narrow design parameters, it was nearly unstoppable. But when circumstances deviated even slightly, its weaknesses became catastrophic. Minefields immobilized it. Mechanical problems sidelined it. Infantry attacks destroyed it. The vehicle consumed scarce resources while delivering limited overall combat effectiveness. Today, military historians study the Ferdinand/Elephant as a cautionary tale about practical design versus theoretical performance. The vehicle appears in armor development courses as an example of how impressive specifications can mask critical operational deficiencies. It demonstrates that weapons must be designed for harsh battlefield realities where nothing goes according to plan, not for ideal conditions that rarely exist. The two surviving examples stand as monuments to both German engineering ambition and the limits of over-specialized design. Museum visitors marvel at the massive gun and incredibly thick armor. Then they notice the single small machine gun covering only the front arc, and they understand immediately why this seemingly invincible machine was actually quite vulnerable. The most powerful tank destroyer of 1943, rendered helpless by the simplest threat: a man on foot with a grenade. For the Soviet infantrymen who stalked Ferdinands across the killing fields of Kursk in summer 1943, the lack of defensive armament was a critical vulnerability they exploited ruthlessly. They developed specific tactics to defeat these monsters, knowing that if they could close the distance, they could destroy a 65-ton steel fortress with weapons as primitive as a bottle of gasoline and a burning rag. For the American tankers who faced elephants in the mountains of Italy in spring 1944, the knowledge that the vehicle had extremely limited defensive capability and chronic mechanical problems reduced the fear factor considerably. They learned to avoid the elephant's killing zone at the front and instead maneuvered to attack from positions where American guns could penetrate, or simply waited for the inevitable mechanical breakdown. The Ferdinand/Elephant ultimately proved that victory in modern warfare comes not from building the most powerful individual weapon, but from building practical weapons that soldiers can employ effectively under actual combat conditions. The tank destroyer that could barely defend itself against infantry became a perfect example of flawed design philosophy, a lesson that influenced armored vehicle development for decades afterward. In the end, Ferdinand Porsche's repurposed chassis became one of the most controversial weapons of World War II. It achieved remarkable kill ratios when used exactly as designed. It inspired fear in enemy tankers who faced its massive gun and impenetrable frontal armor. But it also consumed enormous resources, suffered catastrophic losses to simple threats, and ultimately contributed little to Germany's strategic position. The Ferdinand/Elephant stands as proof that in warfare, practical functionality matters more than impressive specifications, and that the most advanced weapon is not always the most effective weapon. The vehicle's story resonates today in modern military procurement debates. When defense contractors present weapons with extraordinary capabilities on paper, military planners remember the Ferdinand, a vehicle that looked unstoppable in specifications but proved vulnerable in practice. The lesson extends beyond armored vehicles. Any weapon system optimized for a narrow set of ideal circumstances risks becoming useless when reality intrudes. The fighter jet that cannot operate from damaged runways. The missile system that requires perfect weather. The naval vessel that cannot be maintained at sea. All echo the Ferdinand's fundamental flaw: theoretical superiority undermined by practical vulnerability. Modern military doctrine emphasizes flexibility, maintainability, and multi-role capability precisely because the Ferdinand demonstrated the danger of overspecialization. The U.S. military's preference for good enough systems that work reliably under all conditions over perfect systems that work ideally under optimal conditions traces directly to lessons learned from German superweapons like the Ferdinand. The Ferdinand also demonstrated the danger of allowing political considerations to override practical military judgment. The vehicle existed primarily because scrapping Porsche's 100 pre-built chassis would have been politically embarrassing. Rather than admit the waste and move on, German leadership doubled down, converting them into a weapon that looked impressive but had fundamental flaws. This pattern repeated throughout German weapons development during World War II. The Tiger II tank, the Maus Super Heavy tank, the V-2 rocket, all consumed enormous resources while delivering limited battlefield impact. All prioritized impressive specifications over practical effectiveness. All reflected a design philosophy that the Ferdinand epitomized. If we make it powerful enough and protect it heavily enough, nothing else matters. Soviet and American designers took the opposite approach. Their vehicles were simpler, more reliable, easier to produce, and designed for the messy reality of actual combat. When AT-34 broke down, field mechanics could fix it with basic tools. When a Sherman needed replacement parts, supply chains could deliver them. When an M10 encountered infantry, it had machine guns to defend itself. The Ferdinand had none of these practical advantages. It was a boutique weapon, a masterpiece of heavy engineering that required perfect conditions to function effectively. War does not provide perfect conditions. For collectors and historians, the surviving Ferdinands/Elephants are priceless artifacts. They represent a specific moment in military history when design philosophy diverged sharply between the major powers. They stand as physical evidence of the consequences, when theoretical performance trumps practical design. The vehicle's massive gun, still imposing 70 years later, reminds visitors of the Ferdinand's lethal capability at long range. The incredibly thick armor, scarred by impacts that failed to penetrate, demonstrates the protection it offered. But that single lonely machine gun in the hull front tells the real story. A weapon so specialized it forgot the basics of survival on the battlefield. In the end, the Ferdinand/Elephant's greatest contribution to military history may be as a cautionary tale, a reminder that winning wars requires not wonder weapons, but practical tools that soldiers can use effectively under the worst possible conditions. November 1942. Operation Torch, North Africa. The first American M1 bazookas arrived in combat with no trained operators. General Dwight Eisenhower discovered the night before the landings that none of his troops had received instruction on the new rocket launcher. Within days of deployment, German forces captured several intact specimens from inexperienced American units who had abandoned equipment during early encounters. These captured weapons would trigger the most remarkable reverse engineering project of World War II. The captured bazookas represented something unprecedented in German military doctrine. Here was a lightweight, shoulder-fired weapon that could destroy tanks at ranges beyond hand-thrown charges, yet required only 1 or 2 soldiers to operate. Wehrmacht technical intelligence immediately recognized the implications. Every American infantry unit could now engage armor independently without waiting for specialized anti-tank guns or vehicles. The journey from battlefield capture to mass production would unfold with extraordinary speed. German forces shipped the captured bazookas to Germany for immediate analysis. The weapons arrived at Kummersdorf Proving Ground south of Berlin, where Wehrmacht weapon batteries, 2 active and 2 spare, but moisture and freezing temperatures